So, good morning, everybody, and welcome. We're so glad that you could join us today for what promises to be an inspiring and engaging conference. Whether you've traveled near or far, thank you for being here and for bringing your energy, your curiosity, and commitment to this shared space. Before we dive into our sessions, I just have a few quick housekeeping notes. So the restrooms, which many of you probably have already visited, they're located just outside these doors. You take a right and then you go through another set of double doors and then you'll see them there. Feel free to step out as needed throughout the day. On each table, you'll find a printed agenda to help you follow along with today's schedule. You'll also see a table topper with a QR code. This links to a webpage with more detailed information about our speakers, their presentations, and additional resources provided by both speakers and exhibitors. And for internet access, you can connect to the SUNY Oswego guest Wi-Fi. No password is required. Just select the network and follow the prompts. You're actually going to need to be connected to Wi-Fi for this next session. So just go ahead and take a quick moment if you haven't already and connect to the Wi-Fi while I continue the rest of the quick announcements. There's also instructions for how to connect to Wi-Fi on the green piece of paper on your table. For the presenters, we do have a timekeeper, Linda Gibbs, sitting here in the front row. She has a little sign. It says 5-minute warning. So when you see that come up, you have 5 minutes. There's also a timer here on the screen that you can check out, or you can always use your phone. Just try to keep with time. All right, is everybody all set with the internet? To enhance our engagement during our program, we're going to be using Mentimeter. So just please take a moment and scan the QR code on your table or on the screen in just a moment here. Except for I can't see the other part. Oh. Okay. All right. Looks like you guys are doing the thing, so that's good. Okay. So now you should see on your phone the same thing that you see on the screen here. And I just wanted you to take a moment and just put a pin where you traveled from today so we can just see where everybody's coming from. All right. Thank you so much for traveling near and far to join us today. Okay, and next I'd just like to take a moment here and we would like to get a group photo. If everybody could just stand in your chairs and the people on the outside tables, we can only see the scope of view of the first 3 middle tables. So everyone kind of like smush a little bit and stand up and we're gonna get a group photo. Thank you so much for doing that. And now I'd like to welcome our new director, Brittany Rogers, who's going to kick us off.
Good morning, everybody. I appreciated just taking a moment to see everyone's smiling faces this morning. I know so many of you in the room are excited to be here. We're all excited for the agenda today, and I know we're going to have a lot of really good collaborative discussions and networking. As Megan mentioned, I'm the Invasive Species Program Director for SLELO PRISM. I appreciate you all coming today. We are hosted by the Nature Conservancy, whose land is to conserve all lands and waters on which life depends. So we thank you for coming in to help protect the places that we love. We have funding from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation and the New York State Environmental Protection Fund, and we thank our funders for giving us the ability to host this event today. Just a very brief, I know most of you are familiar with our organization and what we do, but I just want to give you a brief background on this. So we are the St. Lawrence Eastern Lake Ontario Partnership for Regional Invasive Species Management. We are one of 8 PRISMs across the state, and we are very fortunate in New York to have PRISM coverage for invasive species work across our entire state. And I know many of the other PRISMs have representatives here today, so I thank you all for also coming. We cover a 5-county area, which if you're familiar with New York, you might be able to guess our counties, but I will share those anyway. So we cover St. Lawrence, Jefferson, Lewis, Oswego, and Oneida counties. We boundary with Lake Ontario and our neighbors across the border in Canada. So I know some of you are here today and I welcome you to our conference as well. And thank you to those of you who traveled far. I loved seeing the map and seeing where everybody else was from. And we are focusing our attention on the region that we work in, but also beyond those boundaries as well. Similar to other PRISMs across New York, we have our core programming that we focus on for invasive species, and that includes prevention, early detection, rapid response, management, ecological restoration, education and outreach, and then numerous special initiatives to which I know many of you are working with us on often. So it's a lot of focus that we do on invasive species, which is great. And we have to prioritize how we work and where we work. So recently we've been refocusing that effort and working on conserving interconnected networks and transboundary networks as well. So we're able to better support and protect our lands and waters. So this includes the Blue Ridge to Boreal region, which stretches over 2,000 miles connecting 14 states, as well as 3 Canadian provinces. We work within the Great Lakes Basin, and that is a huge area of interconnected waterways and water systems, and we have numerous partners and collaboration efforts across the entire basin. And then finally, of course, more local and concentrated in our region is the Algonquin to Adirondack region as well. As you all know, and why most of you are here, is for partnerships. Partnerships are the foundation of SLELO PRISM's success, enabling these collaborative efforts to prevent, detect, and manage invasive species across this entire region, millions of acres that we cannot do alone. By uniting these diverse stakeholders, we amplify our impact and foster resilient ecosystems through shared knowledge and coordinated action. Also, volunteers, which many of you in this room are also volunteers as well, are vital to our mission, serving as the eyes and ears on the ground to help us detect and manage invasive species. Your dedication expands our reach, strengthens our community engagement, and enhances the health of our natural environments. But none of these accomplishments would be possible without our team. So I just wanted to highlight our team and make sure you're familiar with everybody and recognize them and reach out to them if you need to. So our newest team member is our Aquatic Restoration and Resiliency Coordinator, Adrian Owens. Adrian's in the front at our center table. Our Conservation and GIS Analyst, Carolyn Kestner. Our Terrestrial Restoration and Resiliency Coordinator, Robert Smith. And then finally, our Education and Outreach Coordinator, Megan Pisleys, who I'd actually like to call back to the stage. Today, I'd just like to pause to celebrate a remarkable achievement. Megan has reached a significant milestone within our organization, 10 years of dedicated service to SLELO PRISM. Over the past decade, Megan has exemplified commitment, passion, and excellence in her work, contributing immensely to our mission of preserving these lands and waters which we all love. Her unwavering dedication has not only advanced our projects, but has also inspired all of us to strive for greater heights. Megan's expertise and leadership have been instrumental in driving forward our conservation efforts, making a tangible difference in the communities in which we serve. Please join me in congratulating Megan on this incredible milestone. We are so grateful for her continued commitment and look forward to many years of collaboration and success. Stay right there. Thank you, Brittany. You can sit there. You're welcome. In today's symposium, with the theme of adaptive approaches for terrestrial and aquatic invasive species management, focusing on traditional ecological knowledge, climate change, and restoring biodiversity, our speakers will emphasize the necessity of integrating these holistic perspectives into our approach to invasive species management. By combining indigenous wisdom, which deeply respects the balance and reciprocity within ecosystems, with the analytical rigor of Western science, we can develop more effective and sustainable strategies for invasive species management and restoration. True stewardship of the environment requires not only this technical solution, but also a deep sense of responsibility and reciprocity for our lands and waters, which we love.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shannon Seneca, Haudenosaunee environmental engineer and research assistant professor at the University at Buffalo. Dr. Seneca holds the distinction of being the first Native American woman to earn a PhD in engineering from SUNY Buffalo. Her work spans ecosystem restoration and indigenous environmental health, and she brings a powerful perspective on the intersection of science, culture, community, and stewardship.
Good morning, and first I'd like to send greetings to my fellow Haudenosaunee, the Onondaga, whose land upon we sit, and also give gratitude for Dr. Kimmer's wonderful presentation. This is the second time I've had the pleasure to see you in real life, so that was nice and always forever inspiring. I am Six Nations of the Grand River, Mohawk, Turtle Clan, which is a little farther away from our Akwesasne brothers. One of the reasons why I particularly love this picture is, can you notice anything special about those guys? Two completely different beings coexisting. So just a little bit about myself. Back when I was a youth, I took the date off of this. So back when I was a youth, I had the pleasure of hearing the recital of our Great Law of Peace. It's called the Great Law of Peace, but really what it translates in our language is coming together under the Great Peace. It's where that we have agreed as a people to live in this way. Back in the 90s, one of our elders in Six Nations had decided, our chief, Jake Thomas, had decided that the youth and everybody was becoming disconnected from our traditional teachings, that we needed to start sharing these things in English because we were always losing our language. And so in order for us to learn the teachings, they had to allow things to start being spoken in English, which had never been allowed before. And so my mother pulled me out of school and we went and we listened to this. He did that twice this year. There was some pushback from the community. So he just set up a tent in his front yard and he's like, this needs to happen. And it forever impacted me. Our great law is ground in peace, and it's a sense of like inner peace. It's not the peace, the scano is not the peace that you can translate in English. One of the things that I've realized is that one of the big communication errors we have is the language barriers. Our language is very much in relation to us and the world around us, completely different than English. And so when we think about peace, we're thinking about inner peace, the inner peace of each and every one of you. So when I wish you well, I wish that you are well and that you come here today with peace in your heart and peace in your mind. And then this power comes from not just one person, but the power and the unity that we all bring when we come together. And everything is grounded in respect, reciprocity, and responsibility. I am Haudenosaunee, but one of the things that I've learned as an Indigenous Studies professor is there is this overall Indigenous worldview that a lot of us from all over the world, are shouting and have been shouting for centuries. So I first had come upon a lot of this idea of environmental stewardship in the Great Law. And as it be, every time I can get access to our traditional teachers, to our knowledge shares, I always go and I listen and I experience and I have discussion about what I've learned. And one of the things that I always got harassed about was that, well, you Mohawks, you're all about this great law of peace. And I realized that, I kind of am. And what was pointed out to me is that the Great Law of Peace was simply a reminder. It was a reminder of our original instructions. We have been given original instructions as Haudenosaunee people. And our original instructions were given to us outlined from the very beginning of time. And it's those original instructions that we had lost, and we had lost our way. And that great law came to us at a time that we needed to be reminded of those original instructions. There's Haudenosaunee people that I meet that are from all across the Confederacy, because we span large lands from New York, Ontario, Pennsylvania, Ohio. As long as we are raised and grounded in our original instructions, we all have our thinking aligned, no matter where we come from. And I love that we have a shared image here. So as I had said, I was always about the great law. And then I started expanding my horizons, and it was actually my daughter that had brought me to the creation story. This is her image that you see. This is my daughter sees Sky Woman. She sees Sky Woman as our creator. And I think that's just beautiful. How many here have heard the Haudenosaunee creation story? So there are a couple dozen different versions of the Haudenosaunee creation story. The first thing I want to say is that different peoples from different places all have their own creation story. They have their own coming to story. They have their own migratory story. And it is important that we respect their story and what that story brings to them and to the table. And that culture sharing is the most beautiful thing that we can do and learn from each other. So I'm not going to go and recite the creation story, but one of the things that I want to talk about with the creation story is what had happened was we'd come together as a group of women to give our versions of the creation story, to talk about the creation story. So Sky Woman, she was in the sky world, as you can see in this beautiful depiction by my lovely daughter. She was up in the sky world, which was different from here on Earth. And she ended up coming down, falling through. Some people say she was pushed. Some people said she fell. She had fallen through from the sky world into this new place. And this new place was just something like a dark, deep hole that she had fallen, and she had, on her way down, she was clutching and trying to grab roots with her. And she did manage to grab roots and bring plants from the sky world with her down to Earth. So as she began to fall, it was more of a free fall. She had just let go. She had realized that she was falling and she didn't know where she was going, but she released and she just fell. She was just going to where she was going. Some of the women were talking about how it was almost like a birth into a new era. And as she was falling, these birds, at that time, there was only birds. We didn't have any of our land or our land animals. It was just bird and the water animals. And it was the birds that had seen this creature just falling in the sky. And they were curious as to what she was. They had no idea who she was or what she was doing. But they decided that they were going to catch her and they were going to save her. And they kept her in the air. And then they realized that they couldn't just keep holding on to her. They couldn't keep her flying in the air like this. And it was the turtle that came up out of the water and said, you can put her on my back. You can place her onto my back. And then when she came, it was all the water animals that came to her to see what they could do to help her. And so Dr. Kimmer opened up my talk so perfectly because she was a newcomer to this earth. And she was a newcomer and she was accepted by everybody that was here. They didn't know her intentions and they met her with compassion and they met her with love. And that was the point of our creation story is to set the stage of how we were supposed to be. It opens up the importance of women. And it shows that we are supposed to approach this world in compassion and in love and in caring. One of the plants that she brought with her from the sky world was the strawberry plant. The strawberry plant is an amazing, amazing plant relative. This is, we have a ceremony that discusses it's just centered around the strawberry plant. This strawberry has many medicinal properties that it can be used for. One of the things that I love to hear about, and I had to find the most perfect picture, is that plants, when they come to us and they're helpers for us, they usually come in the form of like what they help within us. So as you can see, the strawberry is shaped like a heart. So that strawberry is meant to like help us, help our heart. And so it's not just meant to medicinally help us because wellness is a body, mind, and spirit. And we need all of our body and our mind and our spirit to be well, to have scano, to have that inner peace within us. And so this also helps heal our heart. There's many things that we have been using the strawberry plant for throughout time. A fun fact is that when we had the newcomers come across the waters and they landed and they were stricken with scurvy, it was actually the strawberry juice and teas that were able to assist them in becoming well again. One of the things that I am personally obsessed with is our prophecies and how they lead us into how we as humans are going to behave and work through into the future. One of the prophecies that I recently learned about is one that has to do with our precious strawberry, and that we're going to come to a time that the strawberry is going to stop flowering, but the plant will still be there. Then it's really important for us to maintain our relationships with our plants and be there for them through any changes that they might go through. And that if they do stop producing flower and fruit, it is still our responsibility to have them and be there for them, even though they don't have fruit. And before I really talk about, all of the wonderful things that all of our plant relatives can provide for us, I think it is absolutely essential that we first address the human relationship with the environment. So I loved the talk that preceded this one because it's just everything that I say as well. Our beautiful sage plant. Sage is actually can be used to fight cancer. The sage that you see in this picture, this is a movie. I'm going to put in a plug for this movie. It's a wonderful film. You should find it online. They are caretakers of the California white sage. This California white sage was a big, beautiful flower. But I'm sure that a lot of people in this room know that you can find a nice little bundle on the internet that have a cleansing, and you can have sage, and it's been over cultivated. It is endangered. When we share our plant knowledge, people are like, oh, that's really great. I'm going to take that and now I'm going to take it all and I need it all. And what has happened is this big, beautiful sage plant that is as tall as her. When you go out into the desert, the plant is no longer tall and beautiful. It's hiding. It's ducked down. It only grows to be like only a couple feet tall, and it's hiding. They're really pushing for safe and smart cultivation of these kind of plants But really what's important is that we are respectful and mindful of the plants that are in our communities, that are in our place, that we as people need. So one of the things that I want to say about our Mother Earth is that our Mother Earth loves us. She loves all of us as people. One of the things that I thought was most profound that I recently heard from a friend was that every single person is indigenous. If you go back into your history, at one point you are going to find where you were connected to land and place. And that there's a lot of people that are just seeking that reconnection with that land and place that they've been pushed so far from. And some people, it's so far, it's not even a memory. And so how do we re-engage? How do we re-engage and rebuild this relationship? First of all, knowing that our Mother Earth loves us, right? Every one of us. And she's always there. So I'm not poetic. This is my attempt to my attempt to be poetic. So when we think about re-engaging with the natural world and the plant relatives, we think about, plant relatives, protect, medicines, respect, propagate, connect, preserve, request, love, and listen. The listen is the most important. So I just recently presented at a conference and somebody asked me the same question that was just asked of Dr. Kimmerer, and like, well, how did this plant is really invasive, it's really doing all these terrible things, or this, how do I manage that? And so the first, we went around for some time and back and forth, and they actually helped me come to a realization that we don't do. My personal experience throughout my, last dozen years and through schooling is always with Japanese knotweed. So like a long time ago, I was waging war against Japanese knotweed. I was out there in the field, like getting my hands dirty. And we were out there doing plant surveys. I've been out there doing plant surveys. And you are out there in the world, but never do we ever stop and just sit and listen. So one of the things that I think that can be done in terms of like how we're going to manage our place in the natural world is that every project should have a part built into the very beginning where you're just going and you're just listening to that place. You're knowing that place, seeing what it has to bring. One of the plants that I think about a lot are our wild onions, our ramps. They're very important to not only our Haudenosaunee people, but our people throughout the Great Lakes region. They have many nutrients in them. They help support spring health. So a lot of the times the plants are responding to our needs seasonally. That's what the reciprocal relationship like truly means. We are in this world, the plant in the spring comes up. The plant that comes up in the spring is the plant that we need to cleanse our bodies. And it cleanses our bodies and it prepares us for the coming summer. And it's really, I think, it actually might have even been Dr. Kimmerer's talk last year that had really like inspired me to more so learn about like what the people of the lands are calling the different plants that they're associated with. What's really important to me and with the wild onion is what we have done to the surrounding environment and what we continue to do to the surrounding environment. My personal work all surrounds with how contamination moves through our environment, how industrial pollution gets into our waterways, gets into our environment, and then subsequently how that can impact our health. And not just the health of humans, but the health of all natural beings in the living world. So the first question that I really think that it's important to ask when you look at a new plant that's coming in that might not be suitable to what you have going on is what brought it in. A lot of my work, I'm going to bring it back to the knotweed. So, at first we just look at our waterways and we'd be like, oh my goodness, there's just knotweed taking over all these banks. Like, what are we going to do with this knotweed? But then when you step back and look, you think about like, well, before this knotweed came in, this was a really severely eroded bank. And before that, it actually was beautiful bank that was covered in a traditional plant medicine that we use in one of the only places on territory that people could come to find it. But what really so it wasn't necessarily the knotweed isn't the problem. It's what are these environmental perturbations that us as humans are causing that is creating this downfall. If we didn't have this eroding bank and this massive waste, then we wouldn't have had any of that coming in to begin with. So what are we doing in our environment that is causing changes that we need to adjust? One of the things that I heard most profoundly from Dr. Henry Lickers was that, we can't manage our environment. We can only manage the humans that are within that environment. And our Haudenosaunee Confederacy, sure a lot of people here in New York State, or I'd like to think, are aware of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And I'm not going to necessarily talk about how we came together under the Great Law. What I want to talk about is something a little more intricate that maybe not a lot of people know about the Great Law. It actually started with a man. His name was Hiawatha, and he was grief-stricken. He was grief-stricken because he had lost his daughters, and he was just out in the world, and he didn't know, and he didn't have any direction. But then along came the peacemaker, and actually the peacemaker is told that has come from from Lake Ontario, onto the shores of Lake Ontario is where the peacemaker came and had found Hiawatha. Later to join them in their journey was Akwesasne. And she is one of the women that went with them. And as these three traveled around the entire Confederacy, talking to all of our different nations, getting them to come together under the Great Peace, there's a lot of talk and a lot of what happens within their journey. One of the things that happened in their journey is Akwesasne was, out in the field collecting medicines, and many things were weighing very heavily on her mind. And the peacemaker came upon her, and he said, "You need to pause, and you need to stop." And he said, "You need to let go of what's ailing you, because the plants can hear you. They can hear your thoughts." So what that teaches us is before we go out into the world, before we're going out to working with the plants, is that we have to have a good heart. We have to have our mind in a good way, that we have to be thinking in a good way, which is a daily battle to be thinking in a good way. But all of our traditional teachings are all just like reminders and redirections on how do you think in a good way. And then at first, when I heard that the creator just hears our thoughts and the plants just hear our thought, I was terrified. And maybe some of you are, maybe some of you are not. But it made me yearn to be somebody that is more excited, like one of our faith keepers and title holders, Jock Hill, who relishes in that fact. To be somebody that's of good mind, that, it's a blessing that they can hear us, that they are our relatives. So these newcomers, everybody is a newcomer to the land. We have people that were newcomers to the land. We have plants that are newcomers to the land. And some of these newcomers that come to our land are not by choice. Some are actually forced to relocate, as many Indigenous people were. I want to actually pause to stop and talk about when we actually were to go out and think about going out into the natural world and working with our plants. Before we go out there, first we just have to set a good mind and have a good heart and be thinking in a good way before we even go amongst our relatives. And then when we go out there and we're going to collect plant medicine and we're looking for certain plant medicines, whenever you find them, you don't ever take the plants that are right there, right in front. Those are the plants that you greet, that you acknowledge, that you let them know what you're doing there, why you're there, what your intentions are. And then then you can move into the environment, and then the plants, let you know. And as long as you are listening, the plants let you know. Even other plants will say, well, I had one of our plant medicine women tell me, she's like, even one will be like, pick me. I want to go do this work. I want to be the one that takes this important job. So when we think about that, how are we managing in our environment? So we have a responsibility to our natural worlds, the Haudenosaunee. So the one dish is also the dish with one spoon. It has it's been adapted over time, but this is the kind of thinking and how we can approach and think about how everything has an importance and what it is doing for us and why it is here. I loved the fact that this was brought forward because this is the current work that I am perpetuating. So when we made these treaties, we made them, the Haudenosaunee made them all around. They were in the process of making them all around the Great Lakes. We also had the subsequent treaty, which I'm glad was mentioned as well, the two-row wampum. But what that did is that set our relationship not only with people, but it also had an agreement where we have a responsibility with the natural world. So we have a responsibility. We all have a responsibility with the natural world, not just us as Indigenous people, but all of you. And from our Hopi relatives, they say that not only do we each independently have a responsibility to the natural world, but we also have a responsibility to spread that through the natural world. And so I did decide to throw some plant relatives up there that are incredibly helpful, that I think are really great, powerful plants to have. And I appreciate your time. Yawa, go ahead.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Seneca. So I really loved your presentation. What I pulled from it was that we can reconnect with our land and our place through our relationships with our plant and animal relatives. And if we just take time to listen with our heart. So thank you for that message. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Tusha Yakovleva, Community Outreach Coordinator at SUNY ASF and the Center for Native People and the Environment. Tusha's work focuses on bridging Indigenous knowledge and environmental science to foster reciprocal relationships between people and the land. Through community engagement, storytelling, and honoring diverse ways of knowing, she helps guide a more inclusive and respectful approach to environmental stewardship. Welcome.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Megan. Following Dr. Seneca and Dr. Kimmer, I feel like I don't have too much more to contribute in terms of broadening our relationships, between humans and the more than human world. But I hope what I can share, the very least, echoes and reverberates and is in synergy with their teachings. So what I'd like to share are some stories of people and plants that are currently growing out of balance. I am a newcomer to Turtle Island. I'm originally from so-called Russia. And as Megan mentioned, I worked at the Center for Native Peoples and the Environment. But what I'm sharing today, while it intersects with our work at the center, it primarily draws on my experiences as an ethnobotany educator and researcher. It is beyond my roles at ESF. Over the past decade or so of variously engaging with the conservation field, I've so often seen just such a quick, enthusiastic vilification of weedy and invasive plants. They're blamed for taking root wherever they do, for doing what they do best, growing, and as a result for ruining ecosystems. And when this is our starting place, I think it's only natural that, you know, those who love the earth, who dedicate themselves to protecting biodiversity, to shoring up climate resilience, particularly in a time of climate chaos and staggering biodiversity loss, that the impulse is then to jump to quick, aggressive eradication of the culprits of this heartbreak. But as a student of plants, this sort of gold standard approach in restoration ecology has always made me a bit uneasy. And I've also been incredibly fortunate to be a student of Dr. Kimmerer, and her teachings have deeply influenced my thinking. And so for a long time, I've wondered, what does it look like to apply some of those teachings to invasive plants? And I wonder, if we're starting with the land as a teacher, what can we learn from it, welcoming all of these new plants here at this time? What reasons might invasive species have for being here alongside us? And it turns out, as we've already discussed, there are many, right? There's frequent soil disturbances. There is the changing water and soil competitions. There's the changed and changing climate. Those all contribute to their presence and their thriving. So perhaps when we think about invasive species, they aren't so much eradicating native biodiversity as they are taking advantage of open niches that are created by repeated human actions. And I'm sure this is not a new concept to you, but it does really persist in mainstream narratives about invasive species. They are often blamed for ecological atrocities when, in fact, to me, it seems like they are more likely symptoms rather than the root causes. And they point to broader environmental wounds rather than create them. And I wonder if plants are medicines, then, and medicines, you know, in its fullest healing definition, then how is it possible that some plants that are deemed invasive in certain political jurisdictions are suddenly not medicines? And that begs the question of what gifts do they carry in their wild bodies? If plants are relatives, then how could some of them be written out of relation? We may not like all of our relatives, and I imagine this is an experience that many of you have had in your families, but that doesn't mean that they cease being kin, right? If there's a cousin that you wish wasn't your cousin, they're still your cousin. And I would argue also that, especially for newcomers to Turtle Island, weedy plants are some of our closest plant relatives, some of our closest kin, because for no other reason that our ancestors traveled the world together and grew our families together, and in many ways continue to coexist, for better and worse. And so I wonder what responsibilities might plants who haven't co-evolved in habitats where they now live have in those new habitats, and conversely, do we have responsibilities to them? So these are some of the complexities that swirl in my mind. And one way that I found helpful for exploring some of these questions is through ethnobotany, where interactions between plants and people are direct. They're often beneficial or positive to all parties. They often include harvest and regenerative land care methods. And plants, most importantly, are viewed through cultural and ecological lenses and a long view on history. And so I wonder what kind of, what happens when we apply this kind of attention to invasive plants? And to better understand this, I've been gathering and sharing stories related to invasive plants who are engaged in various relationships with humans, sort of affectionately calling those explorations disturbance ethnobotany. And I see these stories as just as small offerings to counterbalance those dominant narratives that preach that invasives are purely harmful. They're part of the restoration process, which is a term that we often invoke in our work at the center. It's coined by ethnobotanist Dr. Gary Nabhan. I have a slide. Oop. Nope. Sorry, I had the full quote from him here, but it's run off, so I can share it later. But in brief, Dr. Nabhan explains that it's not just land that is broken, but more importantly, our relationship to land. We can't meaningfully proceed with healing, with restoration, without restoration. By replenishing the land with our stories, we let the wild voices around us guide the restoration work we do, and the stories will outlast us. And I find this framing really hopeful and helpful in any land-based work. Primarily because it reframes conservation not as a process that inevitably excludes people, but as one that invites all beings to participate, asking who is here now sharing their stories, and leading with that rather than leading with who doesn't belong. And so with all that in mind, I wanted to offer a couple of stories to seed our ecological imagination. The first one is the story of, or a story of amaranth, superweed or superfood. Amaranth in Common English, Amaranthus species. In Nahuatl, it's called Huatli. Kiwicha in Quechua, Callaloo across the Caribbean. Amaranths have lived in really close proximity to people for over 8,000 years, from the southern Andes to the southwest Turtle Island. They've been domesticated separately multiple times, and that the multiplicity of those domestication events points to their incredible significance ethnobotanically in diverse cultures. People really wanted them around. They've nourished nations across their broad range, Aztec, Maya, Dene, Yuma, Pima, Quechua, Inca people, just to name a few, providing dense year-round nourishment. And specifically in indigenous cultures whose homelands are in what is now sometimes known as Mexico, amaranth accounted for significantly more than half of the caloric intake of the energy sustenance. And then 300 plus years ago, Spanish colonists tried to outlaw amaranth and burn the fields to assert their dominion over the land, to attempt to erase amaranth's revered roles, both as a nutritional and a spiritual sustainer, and to replace it with a sort of placeless Christianity. Nutritionally, amaranths are remarkable. They have up to 18% protein levels. They're really high in calcium, in zinc, in vitamins A, B's, fiber, potassium, iron. They're near perfect food. And as plants, they are also incredibly adaptable to a wide range of climatic habitats and stressors, and are enviably drought and heat tolerant. And then about 150 years ago, one amaranth species gained a new name, Amaranthus palmeri, or Palmer amaranth, named after a British plant explorer walking through so-called California. About 100 years ago, Palmer amaranth was recorded growing as far east as Virginia. 30 years ago, Palmer amaranth was labeled the most troublesome weed in cotton fields, and over the past decade has been declared invasive in many states, earning yet more nicknames such as superweed and the spotted lanternfly of weeds. And the very qualities that make amaranth deeply valued in the eyes of so many people over so many millennia now are recasting that same plant into something to be feared. their reputation as a superfood, both in contemporary and in ancient times, now contends with a reputation as a superweed, as a plant growing against the goals of food production. And again, this is partially due to their abilities to thrive in really tough conditions, to make 250,000 seeds per plant, to resist herbicide and outcompete other plants, particularly in soybean fields, particularly soybeans. And Palma amaranth is originally native to the Southwest US, but now deemed invasive across various regions, including the Northeast. Meanwhile, soybeans are not native to Turtle Island. And unlike amaranth, soybeans need a lot of help to grow, a lot of assistance. And so it's quite the conundrum as farmers till fields every year, thus creating a perfect seedbed for Palma amaranth to germinate. And amaranth answers the call, and then panic sets in. And so amaranth becomes invasive. And in this particular case, the management of this invasive plant, it actually promotes soy or sometimes corn monocultures, promotes crops that are less nutritionally dense and are much more dependent on the input of fossil fuels and chemicals. Excuse me. And I hope this goes without saying, but it also is, further eradicating indigenous foodways in this particular case. And the main reason that amaranth has gained this superlative status as a superweed is their resistance to herbicides. So their genetic diversity give them an incredible ability to duck poisons. The hundreds of thousands of seeds that each plant makes are encoded with random mutations that then equip them to survive a multiplicity of targeted herbicide applications. So those applications destroy neighboring plants, and as a result, give amaranth yet more space to spread. To me, that seems like really incredible, really impressive plant intelligence. And again, the very traits that define amaranth as invasive, their genetic diversity, their adaptability and stress tolerance, seem like also ones that are crucial to survival in a time of climactic change and chaos. And so I wonder, in this time, is this a story that we can afford? And I wonder, to invoke the honorable harvest, if one of the principles is to ask permission, what does this look like in terms of Palma amaranth? To me, it seems like the answer is very clear. They are screaming to feed us. And the second story that I wanted to share is a brief biography, well, semi-brief, of Itadori, or Rhinutria japonica, or Japanese knotweed. So the Japanese archipelago and the surrounding regions are prone to unpredictable disturbance. And those humid maritime climates can support a great diversity of plants and the human cultures who depend on them, but they also give way to tsunamis, to earthquakes, to volcanic eruptions, evacuating beings out of a known familiar existence on extremely short notice. And for many plants, just like for people, living a full and resilient life in those unpredictable habitats means learning to hold two opposing forces in symbiosis. On one hand, setting strong roots and taking refuge in community, and on another hand, uprooting at a moment's notice, if necessary. And this is the home of Itadori, or Japanese knotweed, who has mastered the art of living with uncertainty. And of course, to root in community, one must not only meet their own needs, but to also coexist with neighbors. And in their homelands, Itadori are entangled in diverse community relations, supporting over 200 insects who feed on it, helping the soils in various ways. I have a long list here that I will skip in the interest of time, and also greatly supporting their human neighbors, offering many gifts to Ainu peoples as food storage, as medicine, as material for windbreaks and mats for drying foods. In Japanese, the name Itadori translates to take the pain away, and Itadori is used as a disinfectant rub to take pain away from wounds or sores, as well as in treatment of boils and parasites and scabies. In Japanese cuisines, Itadori is revered among the sensei, which are mountain vegetables foraged in spring and then served in celebration of its arrival. And they're also preserved for year-round consumption and show up in school lunches. And I say all this because I think it's important to kind of highlight those stories that predate, again, perhaps a sort of simple vilification of those plants. So Itadori, since time immemorial, has co-conspired and lived in reciprocity with people and the many interspecies kin with which they share homeland, offering certain gifts, and then insects and fungus and volcanoes offering the gift of keeping those landscapes and Itadori specifically in balance. And then in the 19th century, a novel dispersal mechanism swept through Itadori's homelands, imperial botany. So there was a huge interest in Europe at the time for a curiosity for the aesthetic and sort of scientific inquiry related to plants from elsewhere, and specifically from East Asia. And which also soon reached those with sort of want and of social status and wealth on Turtle Island as well. And so at that time, Itadori was plucked out of their homelands. There was one specific plant explorer, Siebold, who is responsible for over 1,000 introductions of plants from Japan to Europe and then from Europe elsewhere. And they gained a new name, Japanese knotweed, and were welcomed by, within 100 years or so, were welcomed by cattle farmers as nutritious boost. They were planted in the newly formed New York Botanical Garden. For a time were planted as riverbank erosion control, and welcomed with open arms on Turtle Island, not just by the handful of humans who decided to promote the plant, but even more so by the mild climates, the fertile soils, the lack of ancestral companion species and familiar plant diseases, and crucially by the endless fountain of upturned soils that to germinate in. Their expansion was also powered by inadvertent transplanting through the movements of soils containing knotweed from foundations and levees and ditches, increased salinity and eutrophication of waters, climate change-driven flooding and warmer winters, and we all know what happened next. Knotweed's presence became unignorable. Scuffles between knotweed and people flared up, with the very qualities, again, that were once valued, now raising alarms. Knotweed, one of their primary offenses was the ability to grow through concrete and suddenly making the built environment permeable. Fear bloomed into blame, and knotweed became deemed a terrorist, charging with attacking homes and communities. Lawsuits propped up policies against knotweed, a ballooning budget for warring against this plant. Industry emerged to combat knotweed, and the war continues to this day. So while polluted waters and relentless soil disturbances and climate change-powered storms plant more knotweed, the war, or some, are continuing this war. And as with any long-term war, some humans and other than humans adjust to new ways of being, however dark the times may be, and continue to live their lives. And so I think the hope, as after any war, is that eventually a semblance of balance is restored, rekindled, peaceful language is remembered. And this too is quietly taking place in Knotweed's new homelands. Knotweed, as ever, is providing food. And I'll just run through this long list of gifts. Both food outside of sort of capitalist economies, and then also has entered the marketplace as a support of like a for lean seasons for produce farmers when annual vegetables are not yet available, as an additional crop to bring to market. As ever, Knotweed is offering medicine. It's gained fame as a source of resveratrol, which is an anti-inflammatory antioxidant that is important in preventing and treating many diseases, including diabetes and some cancers. And Knotweed also shares a range with a concentration of Lyme disease. And it's been turned to by many people as medicine for that complex infection, and is said to be so effective that the connection between the two are seen by some as sort of a mystical pairing, a modern remedy for modern diseases showing up at the source of the problem when most needed. Knotweed provides for pollinators in late fall. Gardeners have turned to knotweed as renewable mulch, as compost aeration, as fungicidal foliar fertilizer, as a phytoremediator. And yeah, perhaps someday there will be a story to tell of knotweed or Intadori that highlights their talent for breaking through concrete and extracting pollutants, and as accomplices in restoring balances to ecosystems. All I know for now is that every spring knotweed emerges and like clockwork and forms impassable thickets. And I wonder if a principle of the honorable harvest is to practice gratitude, what does this look like when it comes to Itadori? And just a couple more thoughts in closing. I'm sorry, I know we're out of time, but I think it's important to clarify that I'm in no way arguing that we should not take action in managing invasive species. We should leave them unchecked, or that they aren't speeding up biodiversity loss. Nor am I downplaying the immense loss and cultural damage that occurs when native species leave. I just think it's important to have an attentive and nuanced and place-based approach to how we care for land, one that's inclusive and rooted in understandings that ecosystems are complex and dynamic. And that in some places, things have been altered so much that it's difficult, almost impossible, I would say, to envision returning to a previous state or composition. And I wonder in those places, what is most healing? Is it, say, using herbicides that additionally to slowing invasives harm parts of the ecosystem that we're trying to protect? Or is it allowing plants like Phragmites, say, to sequester carbon and to protect from rising seawater? If a principle of the honorable harvest is to minimize harm, what does this look like in invasive species management? And lastly, the plants that are all around us are offering so many gifts and so abundantly. And I think of another teaching that I first learned in Haudenosaunee homelands, that instead of moving the earth to accomplish whatever we want, another option is to go to where the gift is being offered. And invasive species, whether we like them or not, are offering gifts. And so I wonder how and if we should receive them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Tusha, for that very interesting perspective on invasive species and the different gifts that they can provide all of us. I'd like to now welcome Angello Johnson, a Mohawk basket maker and cultural educator from Akwesasne. He applies traditional ecological knowledge in his work with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe Environment Division, helping to protect culturally significant species and practices.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everybody. Sego za Oswego, Lange si wagata hiuni, Akwesasne tkidalo, Gisnai Jinue wagata hialo, Dwasne osalage, wagarundayaks, Taluni skanedala dagge. So hello, everybody. My name is Angelo Johnson. I am a 6th generation basket maker from Akwesasne, and I work with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribes Environment Division in the Land Resource Program. I'm the land resource technician. I kind of head the field operations out there, in the forests, on the shorelines, working very closely with New York State DEC, US Forest Service, different agencies and counties around where Akwesasne is. So a quick overview of what we'll be talking today. I'm going to be touching on, the cultural use of black ash. If some of you's probably seen my baskets in the back there, there's just a million different styles of baskets that can be made and be utilized in different ways. I'm gonna touch on the connection through the generations, how this practice is an exchange of intergenerational knowledge, and how, practices like these are so important to cultural identity. I'm going to touch on the EAB, the impacts of the emerald ash borer, the timelines that we're looking at. I'm going to go into the strategies, the EAB mitigation strategies that we're implementing up there in the St. Regis Mohawk tribe. And, I'm going to touch on the hope for the future. I was really inspired by your talks, doctors. It was really mind-opening, to kind of think of it and look at this through a different lens. I was over there kind of contemplating, which slides can I kind of add in these new ideas. But I think right at the end, the hope for the future is definitely where it's at. So, like I had mentioned, the baskets that we make and utilize, they're made primarily out of black ash trees. Up in Akwesasne, we call them Eshenaur. And we utilize not only the black ash, but the white ash and green ash as well. Those are the most prevalent in our area. I know if you go out towards Maine, there's pumpkin ash, and down south in the Carolinas, there's blue mountain ash. But I haven't really gotten to play with any of those yet. Yeah, this is it's such an important piece of our culture, to be able to take these materials from the forest, respectfully, and turn them into something that we can hand down for generations and generations. I myself have a basket my mother gave me that she received from her uncle, and this basket's got to be 90, 100 years old probably. It's as they age, they soak up more carbon, and the baskets get darker and darker over time. And this basket is so dark, it's like mahogany colored. It's so aged, and it's still strong as ever. And I was very fortunate at a young age to get into the world of basket making. I apprenticed underneath my great late uncle. He's passed now, but I was very fortunate. My father brought me over there to give him a hand when I was a teenager. I was big and strong like this when I was a teenager. So they dragged me over to pull logs out of the woods and stomp through the mud and, swing the axe. And it really helped me develop as a person, to learn that respect for nature, the gifts that it gives us. And not only that, but respect for those generations before us that hold the knowledge, that are passing it on to us. And then in turn, respecting those future generations to come by cherishing these teachings and, really holding them dear and close to our hearts to be able to pass on to them. so that one day they can do the same in turn. And like I said, there's many different types of basket styles. There's pack baskets, whether you're hunting, trapping, fishing, up in the mountains, hiking, collecting natural resources, things like that. The pack basket is the way to go. If you're in the gardens, harvesting, the squash, the corn, we have good harvesting baskets, laundry baskets. We even make bassinets for carrying babies. A really awesome basket here is the corn wash basket. This one here in the corner. That is actually used for food processing. So when we process our white corn and we clean it, we have to make it shelf stable to last through the winter months, because we didn't have refrigerators and stuff like that back in the day. To help preserve our food, we really refined it down into shelf stable state, and that corn wash basket is a big part of that process there. So the art of basket making, it's a tradition that's passed down generation to generation. You go on YouTube or something, you try to look it up, there's not much out there, and you really have to get your hands on it to feel it and to really understand how the tree, how it lived and how it looks, and what type of impacts it's had throughout its life to give you the splits that you're working with today. So we go out and we harvest a good quality black ash tree. There's a lot of different factors we gotta watch out for, like the speed of its growth. Black ash is generally like one of the slower growing ash trees, but even so, we look for the faster growing of the black ash trees because they put on a nice thick growth ring. And when we pound the logs before we harvest the tree, we like to give an offering of tobacco, and that's just that sense of reciprocity, with the environment. We're taking something, so we have to give something back. It's really a symbiotic relationship with these trees and these resources. Once we harvest the tree, we pound the log, and that's a whole nother world in itself, just pounding the log. You got to be able to read the grain, and you got to know which way to peel it. And when we pound the log, we take the bark off. And actually, how you had mentioned, you're mentioning medicines earlier, that black ash actually it's also medicinal. That phloem xylem layer underneath the bark can actually be steeped into a tea, which is like a mild cleanser for your GI tract. And yeah, so there's just so many gifts that these trees can give us. Once we pound the log and we pull the splints up, we refine it further. And I had talked with some of you over at the table in the back about, the splint refining process. That's a whole nother game in itself. And, weaving the basket, it's really about passing on this tradition, being able to go out there and make something for yourself that will help you sustain in life. Now, I know we've been talking about not vilifying the newcomers, but you know what I mean? I know where they come from. I know what they're doing, but I don't know what they're giving back. And it's this is one of the things I was thinking about too when you were having your discussion. And that's the emerald ash borer. It's going to go through. It's going to chew up all the ash trees. Akwesasne ash is about 20% of the composition of our forests. So there's going to be these massive gaps in our canopies, in the forest canopies. And yeah, I was thinking about it, and originally I thought about like those gaps in the canopies are gonna give way for invasive species to come in and take over. Buckthorn is a nasty one. Phragmites, Japanese knotweed. But like you were saying, these invasive, some of them could have potential gifts that could help benefit in the future. And I sure hope that's the case. I know with climate change, a lot of the tree species are migrating further north because the climate's getting more acceptable for certain species. So maybe this is a way of, opening the doorway for those new species to start moving up. But, I still don't like emerald ash borer. They're killing all my trees. So the EAB, we first detected it in Akwesasne in 2016. And since it's spread throughout the whole territory, and 9 years later, it's all the way to It's all the way to Vermont, and you know, it's starting to make its way through that corridor. You know, the threat to the culture, the black ash and the white ash have been used for thousands of years, helping us, you know, sustain here in the Seaway Valley and, you know, New York State, Canada, from the Great Lakes all the way to the coast, really. You know, the loss of this species will actually affect the hydrology of wetlands because if you can watch the water table throughout the day in black ash stands, those trees drop so much water and bring it back down. It's like watching the forest breathe, you know, drawing that water up, bringing it down. And, you know, without that hydrology control, you know, it lets way for other things to move in. You know, more standing water, beavers are going to come in, dam it up, and kind of flood out the area that was a black ash stand once, you know, kind of rendering it unusable in the future for replanting. So, you know, it's quite a situation. EAB is hitting home. Right now, this is what it looks like. Back home, the trees are dying, and it's even worse here because this place was hit first before Akwesasne. My way in, I'm just looking at all the dead trees on the road, and it just breaks my heart. So, circling back to the mitigation strategies that we implement up there in Akwesasne, we do tree injections with a chemical emamectin benzoate. We release parasitoid wasps. There's a few different ones: Obius agrilli, Spathius galeni, Spathius agrilli, Tetrastracus planipenici. I'm sure people who were here yesterday got to dive into that a little bit. We're doing silviculture work, which is basically like weeding out a garden. Oh, sorry, skipped it. Anyways, the silvicultural cutting, you know, it's like weeding out the garden. We're trying to improve that stand. We're saving as much seeds as we can, and we're also harvesting the black ash, the basket quality black ash logs, because we don't want to just leave them in the forest to become bug food. You know, we want to turn them into baskets that can be utilized by the community. So I was gonna dive into this a little bit, but the efficacy of the tree injections, that emamectin benzoate, is roughly 3 to 4 years, and you know, it's all dependent on the size of the tree, how much chemical you put in. It's a systemic chemical. It goes up and down the whole tree, and it kind of makes it yucky for the bugs to chew on, so they don't like that. The parasitoid wasps, they attack the EAB at different stages of their life. We have some that go after the eggs, some that go after the larvae, some that go after the adults. Seed saving is a big one because, you know, we want to preserve as much genetic diversity as we can amongst those species, so in the future, when we do go to replant, you know, there's enough diversity to cross pollinate and you know, hopefully boost resiliencies there. Like I said, we harvest a lot of black ash logs. We do a lot of log pounding up in Akwesasne, and you know, make those materials readily available to community members who need it. You know, not everybody can swing an axe. There's a lot of dudas, a lot of our grandparents who, you know, can't do the hard labor work anymore. So we'll pound out the materials and bring it to them so they can continue to do their beautiful work. So things we could do in the future, you know, time is short, but we can help. Layering these EAB mitigation strategies will help us stretch out the time we have with this resource. You know, it's such a precious thing. We can't lose it. The black ash might not last forever, so we got to save seeds. We got to learn basket making. I myself, I'm a teacher on the side, and I teach a lot of basket making, so I push that knowledge out as much as I can in the elementary schools and the high schools. You know, it's really about passing on that knowledge and bridging that generational gap, because there will be a stretch of time where we can't find black ash. There's no black ash to use. But I want to ingrain those lessons with the youth so that maybe one day their children or their grandchildren, you know, will hopefully be in an environment that has black ash again, and that they can rekindle that knowledge and, you know, start it back up. There's also the hope for the future, you know, that 99.99% mortality rate, that 0.01%, you know, the genetically resistant trees, the lingering ash, you know, those are really the future that we're looking for. We're going to collect as many of those seeds as we can. I've heard people grafting those onto other trees to kind of speed up the seeding process and things like that. And there's definitely hope in the future, but it's gonna get worse before it gets better. And in closing, this is definitely a gift to cherish. It's a major part of our cultural identity, and I really appreciate, how much effort that a lot of people are putting into, protecting this keystone species. And I really want to thank you all for coming today and, listening to me and what I have to say. And I'm so honored to be here with you all. And, we all bring our minds together as one to really focus on what's needed at hand, especially with these invasive species and management strategies. Yeah, I won't go. Thank you. Thank you all.
I will get this. Megan, can I make it play as opposed to just? Yeah, no. Can you start the slideshow for me? Because I don't want the text.
You just progress.
There we go.
So-
That's
Oh,
quite,
okay, I'm sorry.
sorry. Well, that wasn't too disruptive. Before I start, I want to say thank you so much to Slilo Prison for inviting Talking Rivers to be here. I want to give a shout out to Megan for organizing an incredible conference. I've been to a lot, I've spoken at a few, and this one has really been well organized. I also have to thank Dr. Kimmer. I think she set up what I'm going to say, probably not nearly as articulately as she did, but she's informed my path to where I am today, and she's definitely informed what we do. So who are we? I'm Lee Willbanks. I'm the president and co-founder of Talking Rivers. We're a small, very small group of people, indigenous, non-indigenous, organizers, scientists, educators, lawyers, artists in particular, and activists. We use ecocentric storytelling, art, and science to advocate for the rights of the Upper St. Lawrence in the Adirondack watersheds. If you missed any of the intro, I'll tell you later. We work with others locally and globally to promote the importance of listening to and taking into account the voices of nature in our work. And how do we do that? What's the basis? What's the foundation of what we do? It's an ecocentric worldview. And we've heard about some of that today, but just to reiterate, for us, we believe nature is not a commodity to be extracted, used, discarded. Human beings are just another species in the great mix of life on this planet. Rivers and entire ecosystems are alive, just like all of the creatures that live in them and within them. And we are all part of an interwoven tapestry of life. So why am I here today talking at an invasive species conference? I think it's because we've worked on, and we're in the process, hopefully to be published by the end of this month or sometime in July, working on a Listening to Nature Toolkit, which is designed to help organizations like ours, we went through this process, and others to create a pluralistic, ecocentric decision-making toolkit. And so what are the uses for that toolkit? We think that it would be very useful, helpful to guide a learning process on how to shift the language. And we've talked about language here today, the language that we use to honor all of the beings with whom we share the ecosystem. We think it'll help reimagine, remake our decision-making processes so that other than human beings will be part of that process. We also think it'll provide language that can be incorporated in an organization's governing documents, bylaws, core values, board member responsibilities, and maybe the organizational framework going forward. And interestingly, we think it'll offer steps for listening to the ecosystems that we're a part of, so we can meet the needs of the beings that make up our world, and that we can meet our responsibilities to them. So what are the steps? I'll go quickly. This is a much condensed version of what the toolkit looks like, but these are a few of the steps we think an organization could take to help develop their own methodology for listening to nature. Conversation. Have a conversation with your board, with your constituents, so that you can begin to understand the language you need to use and change it. I mentioned the document review, and it really does mean taking that conversation and bringing it to the core principles that govern what we do and how we make decisions. Nature Personhood Blueprint. It's going to be an interesting process, but create a blueprint that will guide how nature and other than humans will be referred to in the future in your public-facing documents, in your website, and how you present yourself to the world. And it's also important to train everybody, board members, staff, in the process and share why you've made the choices you make. It's going to be difficult conversations with some of your collaborators and probably some of your funders. But if you engage in that, it should lead to a better understanding and deeper cooperation. With that, say thank you. I want to shout out to my co-founders, Blake Lavia and Sinsun Aguilar Izu, without whom the beautiful artwork you've seen would not be here. And if you have questions, you can email us at talkingrivers.org. And I encourage you to visit our website. In the next few, hopefully, weeks, the Listening to Nature Toolkit will be there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emilie DeRochie, and I am here today from the River Institute, which is located in Cornell, Ontario, and I'm here to speak about a new initiative, the St. Lawrence River Strategy. So this was an initiative that was founded back in 2021, and is a partnership between the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne Environment Program and the River Institute. And it aims to be a multinational initiative that fosters collaboration on the St. Lawrence. So the purpose of this initiative is to facilitate inclusive and equitable communication and collaboration along the St. Lawrence River and beyond, to bring together everyone working on the river towards shared goals in different subcommittees and working groups. And so a very unique aspect of this initiative is that it is guided by the Geswente approach that Dr. Kimmer spoke about earlier. And so as you can see, we have the wampum belt up here on the screen. And so you can see those two lines of purple wampum that were described earlier. So with the birch bark canoe, the Haudenosaunee, and then the Dutch ship of the settlers. And so the idea is that they're traveling side by side down the river, working towards shared goals, but also respecting the autonomy of these distinct societies. And so with this, we can say that working in this way is guided by peace, friendship, and respect, creating a more neutral space for communication and collaboration. So we have a variety of values in this collective that were co-created with MCA and Abraham Francis, our Indigenous consultant. And this includes, of course, peace, friendship, and respect, in following to our wampum, as well as connection, collaboration, and community, as well as equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and then environmental protection, healing, and trust building. And so we have a whole framework document that outlines these values and how this initiative works, and I hope that you'll check that out. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go through it all here today. And so this is the structure of this collective. So we have that framework document. It outlines all of this in detail. But we have a steering committee in which we have a member right here in front, as well as subcommittees, which I'm going to recruit you to join in just a moment, as well as working groups. I hope you'll also join. And then general members. We have general members because not everyone's ready to commit to a committee. Everyone in this line of work is very busy. And then we have a memorandum of understanding that kind of guides this whole initiative. And so our subcommittees and working groups, here's where I'm here to recruit you. So we have an outreach subcommittee. So this is existing already, and it aims to bring everyone that's doing outreach on the river together to kind of think about how we can collaborate and expand on our efforts together. So we have our next meeting coming up, I believe, in July. So please keep an eye on our socials for that. We also have a water subcommittee. That's a really broad topic, of course, and we're still kind of working together to identify our objectives for this committee. So if you'd like to be a part of that process, I hope you'll also join us. We also have a fish health subcommittee, again, still working to work together on objectives, and then an eel knowledge working group as well. And then very relevant to this group here today is our new aquatic invasive species subcommittee. And so this one is kicking off online this upcoming Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. via Microsoft Teams. And so an action item for all of you here today is to think about if you were interested in doing work that pertains to the Eastern Lake Ontario and the Upper St. Lawrence River and beyond when it comes to aquatic invasive species, and joining us at this meeting to help us identify our objectives for this group and be a part of collaborating. And so action items continued. Please join our mailing list. You'll see at the River Institute booth over here that you can join our mailing list and get info about this initiative and what we're doing and how you can be involved. And then, as I've been saying, please join a subcommittee or working group. Be a part of taking action on the river together. We hope you'll explore our website. It just had an update. We add events on a weekly basis. Maybe if there's an event up and down the river or in the lake that you think relates to our work, you can send it to us and we can put it up there and help spread the word of all the great work you're doing. And please share your experiences with us in communicating and collaborating on shared goals in these types of ecosystems, and help us spread the word about this initiative. That goes a really long way. Talking to other people goes way further than emails do. And so our website URL is up here on the screen. And I just want to leave you with, this is a new way to collaborate. We're still learning together, and that we hope you'll be a part of this process. And so, Nyawa, merci, and thank you. I hope you'll come chat with us and be a part of this initiative. And I will pass it to Emilie Bell.
Thank you all. I'm Emilie Fell, and I'm the Eastern Great Lakes Watershed Coordinator for the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation's Great Lakes Program in partnership with the New York State Water Resources Institute at Cornell University. And I love how a theme of today has been balance, because our program, the Great Lakes Program, strives to encourage this balance by promoting an ecosystem-based management approach, which seeks to balance the needs of people, nature, and economies through informed decision-making. And we work across 6 very ambitious goals that have 115 related actions in support of this. And I'll highlight that preventing and controlling invasive species and conserving and restoring native fish and wildlife in their habitats are included in these goals, as well as enhancing community resiliency and ecosystem integrity. We also have cross-cutting priorities that we apply across all of the goals, which include diversity, equity, and inclusion, educating the next generation, integrating Indigenous and traditional ecological knowledge, recognizing that what we know as New York's Great Lakes are the traditional native lands of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, who have stewarded these lands since time immemorial to sustain them for 7 generations. We also advance priorities for accelerating and innovating Great Lakes restoration and adapting to and mitigating climate change. We welcome anyone interested to join us in advancing shared goals of interest by getting involved with Sub-Basin work groups, including the Northeast Lake Ontario St. Lawrence River and the Southeast Lake Ontario Sub-Basins within the SLELO region. Work group members collaborate to support ecosystem-based management projects and research, share their perspectives, and learn about funding, technical assistance, resources, and lessons learned from demonstrating ecosystem-based management, promoting a community of practice that seeks to balance these needs. Our collaboration survey results are shared with work group members to encourage connections and relationship building, and you can participate in that survey using the QR code on the screen if you're interested in getting involved, or you can reach out to us with questions or to request information at greatlakes@dec.ny.gov. And I'll end with a quote. John Muir, when one tugs at a single thing in nature, they find it attached to the rest of the world. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Spencer Busler with the Thousand Islands Land Trust to speak next. Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Thanks, Emily. Again, I'm Spencer Busler. I'm the Associate Director for the Thousand Islands Land Trust. We're a small nonprofit land conservation organization based in Clayton, New York. Our service area extends all the way from the eastern end of Lake Ontario to the northern side of St. Lawrence County. I'm here with Natalie Gates, our land protection specialist. We do have a booth set up over here, so if I'm not able to get through all my content today, you know exactly where to find us. Today, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to, one, say thank you to SLILO and the invitation to utilize this few minutes to present on an exciting project on our Tibbits Point Preserve, our Schmear Preserve. And it's a really multifaceted conservation initiative. Many of you know that the eastern end of Lake Ontario, especially where it intersects with the St. Lawrence River, is an incredibly important landscape for migratory birds, as it is part of the Atlantic Flyway, a key wing of the Atlantic Flyway. But it is also at the intersection of the Algonquin to Adirondack corridor. So kind of the bisection of those two migratory pathways really it hones its importance for conservation. Tibbits Point in particular, given the amount of grasslands that have been on the landscape for decades and centuries in this area due to the amount of shallow, unfertile soils, you get a lot of grasslands resulting from that. And because of that, many of the species that you see on the screen here have adapted very well to those grasslands and hayfields of Jefferson and St. Lawrence County. We are one of the #1 hay and silage producers in the entire state of New York. And a lot of these species really do rely on this specific area for their life histories. So to highlight our project, in 1991, the Land Trust acquired a 50-acre piece of property in the center here. It's kind of that blue color. We called that our Tibbits Point Preserve, and that was a result of a subdivision approval. Essentially, one of the neighbors was planning a large-scale subdivision, and as part of the approval process, they were required to conserve the Tibbits Point property with the Land Trust. In the late 2018, 2019, the region or timeline, we were targeting expansion of our existing conservation holdings. As many of you know, from a conservation standpoint, bigger is generally better. And so we proactively reached out to neighbors on each side. The Schmear Preserve was a cropped field. The Reinhardt property is about a 69-acre portion of shrublands. And just to the west of our original Tibbits Point Preserve was the Mysick property, about 27 acres in size. And fortunately, we were able to conserve all three of those properties using NYSDEC, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation water quality funding, given their adjacency to the open water body. The Schmear property alone is a really interesting story. This was historically in intensively cultivated row crop, both soybean and corn, which really had minimal conservation value, didn't provide a whole lot of habitat benefit, and was actually degrading the water quality for the adjacent landowners in the bays near Tibbits Point. So we were able to, through funding with the Sea Grant, New York Sea Grant program, to restore about 210 acres of historic crop field back to native upland meadow mix. And it's rebounding. We're getting testimonials from adjacent landowners that their water quality is improving with their private wells. We're seeing a lot of new grassland species and wintering raptors on these properties. But to speak to SLILO Prism and their partnership, on the northern end of the property, we had an issue. Connectivity is key, right? Except when there's invasive species involved, then they can get to, restored areas. And on the north end of the Tibbits Point property, we had a serious infestation of pale swallowwort. That was kind of a trifecta of honeysuckle, pale swallowwort, and buckthorn, glossy buckthorn. And the swallowwort itself was actually climbing these woody invasives and using its wind dispersed seeds to spread even further across the landscape. And so that was a problem that we needed to address sooner rather than later. And with funding from SLILO Prism, we were able to actually conduct an invasive survey on that section of the property and implement a major restoration project in which we attacked the woody invasives with brush hogs and skid steer mounted fecon units so that we could actually get in and more precisely treat the swallowwort that was growing up on to the buckthorn. If you see on the picture on the right hand side, you can actually see the swallowwort climbing way up into the buckthorn. And so what we have here are some of the photographs from the restoration initiative, which was conducted last fall, and a side-by-side from June to November of when we had wrapped up the majority of our conservation work or restoration work. And we ended up treating the area mechanically. We put down some native grass seeds, blue stems, Indian grass that have deep roots, and they're able to sequester more carbon and provide some habitat benefit. And again, now we're able to go back in and more systematically treat it with herbicides or other mechanical treatments. But yeah, if you have any other questions about our Tibbits Point Preserve, happy to mention, but I'm at my 5 minutes. Again, thank you to the DEC, Celilo Prism, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm going to bring up the next presentation, which is Greg with habitat surveys.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for welcoming us to join you today. And thank you to Celilo for organizing such an awesome event. This is very cool. So I work for the New York Natural Heritage Program, and we're at Fort Drum under an agreement that facilitates collaboration between us. So this collaboration through the years has included a few projects, one of which is a habitat survey, which I'd like to talk a little bit about right now. So this project helps Fort Drum fulfill their environmental goals and obligations, and it provides us with excellent data as well. So I'm Greg Welter, our Fort Drum field coordinator, and hopefully my colleagues, several of whom are in the room here, and I will get a chance to chat with as many of you as we can today. There we go. So I'm sure most people here know who we are, but just quick overview for those who don't. So we're a program of SUNY ESF, and we're funded primarily by DEC and its partners. So our mission is to facilitate the conservation of New York's biodiversity by providing comprehensive information and scientific expertise on rare species and natural ecosystems to resource managers and other conservation partners. So we work collaboratively with partners inside and outside New York to support stewardship of New York's rare plants, rare animals, and significant natural communities, and to reduce the threat of invasive species to native ecosystems. So many of you probably know us by IMAP Invasives, New York's invasive species database, which we manage, or by other work we do. And we do have a table in back. You could learn more about that at. Okay, so here you can see where Fort Drum falls within Celilo, in case you're unfamiliar. So Fort Drum covers over 100,000 acres of land, much of which is undeveloped. So on Fort Drum, we're surveying for invasive plant species across various parts of the installation. So the data we collect can help drive Fort Drum's environmental planning, and understanding the presence and impacts of invasive plants on the installation can help conserve the land for many uses, including military training and other activities that do take place there. Additionally, Fort Drum, like I just mentioned, covers a huge chunk of open space within the Celilo boundaries. So invasive species management and understanding on the installation can have broader ecological impacts on the region as a whole. So these benefits can play out in the long term as data are collected and analyzed over time. But also we do see immediate short-term benefits of the work we do at Fort Drum because they have invasive species management staff which treat populations of high priority species such as swallowwort pictured in this very highly pixelated image, I'm sorry, that we find out there. They treat that in real time, which is helpful to them and the surrounding area. So this project does allow for discovery of small and remote populations before they get too large to manage, and that's exciting when we catch that and are able to handle that. So the data can be used for various research efforts and decision-making, which may bolster efforts towards resiliency and biodiversity. So as you can see here, this is a screenshot from IMAP Invasives. The data we upload, or the data we collect, is uploaded to IMAP every year. So you can take a look at it and access it yourself very easily. All right, thanks for giving me a few minutes to speak here and having us here. And hopefully myself and other heritage staff can chat with some of you.
Everybody, I am Liz Lange. I am an assistant professor in the biology department here at Oswego. And I'm an evolutionary behavioral ecologist. And so what that means is I think about how evolution and animal behavior can be used to inform conservation strategies. And as what we've been talking a lot about this morning and in our collaborative discussion, it's really important to understand the natural history of organisms, including animal behavior, in order to inform strategies. Because if we just shoot an indiscriminate laser beam, as we talked about at our table, to kill the invasive species, we might actually inadvertently be leaving the most bold or most aggressive individuals in that population, which means that those are the ones that might be the most difficult to remove. So we really need to understand those species. So today I'm going to tell you a really quick story about the round goby and how using their behavior can help us inform strategies. And I want to give a shout out to Jane Bush, who's out here setting minnow traps, who did a lot of the work that I'm going to talk about today. All right, so round gobies are an invasive species in the Great Lakes. Their natural environment is in the Caspian and Black Sea in Europe, but they have spread. They're a benthic fish species who are a voracious egg predator. They have been shown to outcompete several native fish species, and they're known to spread disease like botulism. But it's not all bad, as I've talked about to several of you today. So, for example, they are an important food source for game fish. They're also eating a lot of the invasive mussels, so there's good things to them as well. Our big question, however, is how do we prevent their spread and mitigate their effects to new areas and mitigate effects in their current areas? And I argue, as a behavioral ecologist, that it's really important to understand their behavior. So by definition, if individuals are actively dispersing, they are behaving. So dispersal is a behavior. And if we understand their behavior, for example, we can understand things that are linked to dispersal behavior. So many taxa, individuals who are more bold or more aggressive or more active, are more likely to be those at the invasion front. So we can understand how individual variation might predict who is going to spread. And we can also think about how animal behavior plays a role in the removal or mitigation strategies of these invasive species. So my work asks questions at both of these levels, both how individuals vary in behaviors that are important to invasions and how variation in behavior could be important to prevention and removal. So I'm going to tell you a quick story about two different behaviors that I'm working with. So the first is a pilot study that we did last summer and we're following up on this summer, where we asked how individual female gobies vary in their exploration, which might be really important to moving to a new area. To test this, we put the gobies in this little PVC pipe tube to mimic a shelter and asked if bigger or smaller female gobies were more likely to leave the tube and potentially as an indicator of their willingness to explore new areas. And this mimics, the rock shelters that gobies like to live in. And we actually found that there's no relationship between size and exploration, which might mean that all sizes of gobies are those that might be most likely to be invasive. But we're following this up with more studies, and we're also examining different behaviors this summer. So stay tuned if you're going to the Invasive Species Expo in September. I hopefully will have more info for you. A second aspect is thinking about their removal. And so this summer, in collaboration with Zoe Almeida, we're thinking about how gobies respond to flushing. So this is a strategy that we're incorporating in the Champlain Canal, where they open the locks twice to try to flush out gobies and prevent their spread into Lake Champlain. And so we're assessing gobies' response to increased flow. And I'm going to try to play this video for you, maybe in vain. Maybe in vain. Nope. Okay, well, anyway, if you could see the video, you would see a goby being jetted out by this strong, really flow. And so we're trying to figure out if there's individual variation in Goby. So like, for example, do some females just hide behind the rocks, or do some females actually approach the flow, which would not be so great if that's what strategy we're trying to use to mitigate their spread. So thank you so much. That's all the time I have today. And if you're interested in, thinking about how behavior might play a role in your invasive species of interest, let's chat.
Great. Hi, my name is Brian Eshenaur. I'm with Cornell's Integrated Pest Management Program. Today, I'm going to be talking about this invasive insect that has been affecting New York since 2021. And it's appropriate that we're here on the shores of Lake Ontario because this insect has really hugged Lake Ontario and has spread along its shores. And I'll show a map of that in a second. But, it changed that, but it's boxwoods. And yeah, this is a shot I took at New York Botanical Gardens, and boxwoods are an important landscape plant, and for the agriculture economy, they account for, there we go, for $2.5 million on an annual basis in wholesale value alone. They are not a native species, but they are not invasive. Boxwoods are, but this is what can happen. This is from Canada, where they've been dealing with box tree moth for a little bit longer than we have, and this can happen pretty quickly. And I received this photo last week in the Monroe County area of boxwoods that looked good going into last fall. They probably had some damage then, but pretty quickly this insect caused this level of damage you're seeing here. And that's one of the caterpillars that was crawling up on the siding above it. So let's talk a little bit more about the insect. It is native to East Asia. It was found in Europe in 2006, really devastated some of the boxwoods that are native there and are used in landscapes in Europe after it arrived there. Came into Toronto in 2018 and in Western New York in 2021. And we were the first location in the country, New York, to have box tree moth. And it came, one behind here. Here we go. It came across the Niagara River there. It might have blown across in the moth stage. Here's where we are right now, and you can see the proximity to both Lake Erie in the west and Lake Ontario and into the St. Lawrence River here. So it is in this vicinity, although happy to report the boxwoods in front of the hotel I stayed at last night looked good. And we do want people to report that. We'll cover that. New York State Ag and Markets has been on top of this because this is an important nursery crop for New York State, and they instituted a quarantine, so no boxwoods can leave this area. And we have a representative, Tom Algar from Ag and Markets here. If you have any questions about that, he can fill you in on that. This includes counties that do not have box tree moth as a preventative manner. And here's just the different life stages. You can see the caterpillar that causes the damage. The moth does not feed itself, but that can fly around and lay eggs and can move into a new area. Just a little picture of the life cycle. You could have multiple life cycles in a single growing season. We'll go through this pretty quickly. The eggs are laid and they only last for about 3 or 4 days. Pretty quickly, the small caterpillars develop. It starts feeding. You can see evidence of the feeding on the inside of the shrubs. They protect themselves from predators by feeding on the inside first. Eventually, they'll work their way to the outside. Here's one of those larger caterpillars shortly before it would become pupal stage before it goes into the moth. You can get a significant amount of webbing there, and if they run out of food sources, they will create webbing, and the caterpillars can balloon to hopefully a new location where they would find, from their perspective, find a new boxwood. Just an adult moth we captured along Lake Ontario. And interestingly, in their life cycle, they overwinter not as eggs, but as caterpillars in this webbed case they create. So we have resources for box tree moth on our Cornell Integrated Pest Management website, including vaccine information about their life cycle, and warnings about not spreading it. In there is a reporting portal. So if you see box tree moth, it's important for us to keep track of that. And you can click on the reporting portal. We also have insecticides that are effective for managing it. We also have alternatives to boxwoods because many homeowners or landscape managers will not want to use insecticides to repeatedly manage this pest. And so we have 6 suggested ones, including some native species that could go in as a substitute for boxwoods in the landscape. And yeah, we have a demo garden in Geneva where we're looking at some of these as well. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
I'd like to now welcome Jacob Leeser, an extension support specialist with Cornell IPM. He supports invasive species response and livestock IPM and helps lead the spotted lanternfly working group and related workshops.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Jacob Leeser. Thank you all for being here. I generally prefer to be in rooms where I'm the least qualified person, so thank you for making that the case here. Very glad to be here with you. And true to form, I decided that the slides I prepared are not necessarily what I want to talk about with you here. So we're changing that. I want to open with a question and I'll let you think about it. Have you ever said something, heard it come out of your mouth and immediately thought that was wrong, but you were in a situation where you couldn't contradict yourself immediately? That is going to happen with invasive species. We've heard some great discussion today on what is an invasive species. That's something I find myself talking about a lot. You know, there is an advisory council in the Department of Interior that gives us a definition that I'm sure many of you are going to be familiar with. It's something that's not native to the ecosystem in consideration that causes environmental harm, economic harm, or harm to human health. So we have two things that it has to check off: non-native and causing harm. To that end, I like to give my audiences some other terms: non-native, introduced. You can also say noxious, which is a pretty violent word, but there are certainly species that are pests that are not native. So, and there are introduced species that are not pests. Always useful to bring that up in conversations. The 2 species that I talk about the most, box tree moth that we just heard about, and spotted lanternfly, which is mostly what I talk about. The first question, or one of the first questions that I get for these, I'm going to give you a second to guess. Where did it come from? Now, in both of these cases, the answer is Central or Southeast Asia. I don't necessarily know why somebody is asking, where did it come from? It may be curiosity, maybe academic. It may have some other thoughts behind it. So I like to pose to my audience the question of, why do we have so many invasive species from Asia? The answer being that the European invasive species have naturalized by now, and we don't really think about them anymore. In the case of spotted lanternfly, one of the reasons that it is such a pest, that we see these huge populations popping up on people's yards in Pennsylvania, New York City metro area now, is because its favorite food source is here. Spotted lanternfly, we think, co-evolved or evolved to feed on Ailanthus. Ailanthus altissima, the Latin name, is also known as tree of heaven. Tree of heaven is not something that most people know about unless they've read A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Tree Grows in Brooklyn, beloved story of an immigrant coming to New York City, young Irish immigrant girl learning how to chase the American dream. And she compares herself to this tree that can grow through a crack in concrete. Ailanthus has been here for over 100 years. It was introduced as a ornamental tree and became a problem when it escaped, but not that much of a problem. At this point, if you went back 10 years and asked, is it worth managing Ailanthus? In most cases, the answer is no. It's not causing a significant problem. It is introduced. It does not really belong here. It's not part of the ecosystem. There's very little by way of herbivory in North America for Ailanthus altissima. But it is such a beast to get out. If you were to cut it down, there would be root suckering, and you'd have a case of a hydra of more more trunks to deal with than you had previously. Now that spotted lanternfly has arrived, following its food source, all of a sudden Ailanthus is more of a problem. And so the question can be answered differently. Is it worthwhile to manage your tree of heaven? So that answer changed in light of the arrival of spotted lanternfly. In case you're wondering, tree of heaven does need to be treated with a herbicide. These are usually very strong herbicides like triclopyr. You have to inject it into the plant. There's a drill and fill method that we recommend where you create a little cup in the tree and use a very strong herbicide. So when is triclopyr IPM? Well, when you're trying to reduce spotted lanternfly populations and doing a targeted herbicide treatment of its favorite food. So it's a controversial answer. So box tree moth is also a case of it's following its food source. Box tree moth will feed on most members of the Buxus genus, as far as I'm aware. There's only one member of that genus here in North America, the boxwood shrub, which is one of the most important ornamental plants. It is following its food source, a path that we've laid out for it. So the messaging is changing. Right now, one of the treatments that we recommend for managing box tree moth is plant something else. There are other things that could be useful in your landscape, things that may be shade resistant, shade tolerant or deer resistant that can fill that role that aren't susceptible to box tree moth feeding. We hope that we will have a better answer for how to manage your box tree moth soon, and we will be ready to change that answer when we do have that. All right, on to a slide that I'll actually use. This is a fact sheet on the right that we put out at IPM. If you would like that, it's available on the Cornell Commons for anybody to print out. It's good information. On the first version of that, it says that spotted lanternfly is a pest of grapes and apple trees. Turns out apple trees don't really have to worry about spotted lanternfly that much. The insect will feed on apple trees, but it won't impact the health of the tree or the quality of the crop. Not enough to make it worth harvesting. So we do make edits to that occasionally, but we've moved to what I'm calling a flash sheet. If you go into a tattoo studio, they have the designs that the tattoo artists are good at. They recommend that's a flash sheet. It's just pictures. Every time we edit our resources, if we can, more pictures, bigger pictures, fewer words. Our goal here is to have everybody that walks by this be able to recognize it and then go out in the world and be able to recognize it. And if they don't quite know at what time of the year, at how many growing degree days the third instar becomes the fourth instar, that's fine. But if they know to report it, that's a win. We also have business cards. Business cards we love. Get back to that in a second. The flash sheet that you have there, I'll tell you a secret. It's only one of, I think, 6 versions that we have in our bank ready to print out based on what we need. We have the statewide version. Your help is needed. This new insect threatens vineyards and can become a nuisance in gardens and landscapes. If we were over in the West in Lake Erie, where all of our Welch's Concord grape is grown, we know that our audience really cares about and is aware of the economic impact of those grapes. So we change the verbiage a little bit there. We say spot it, report it, destroy it, don't move it. But if you're in New York City, the version of the flash sheet will not say report it because we know that spotted lanternfly is in New York City. We don't need the 8 million residents sending us reports. Sorry to say, we're aware. If you see it here in Oswego, please report it. We do want to know. So we have the different versions. We also have slightly different translations for our Spanish language versions of this and our bilingual versions of this, accounting for the fact that for some of the Spanish language readers, they are not going to report to DEC. They're not going to report to state agencies. They're not going to report to CCE. They're going to report to their vineyard managers. So we adjust the language accordingly. We used to have this detection kit that we would hand out. We still have a few of them. And these were the contents. We have the scraper cards provided to us by the states, as well as those business cards. And there are mirrors, compact mirrors, so that you can look under a vehicle, and little baggies, so you could send the specimen in to have confirmation. We don't actually provide these anymore. We found that their use has kind of waned, but they were a great tool at the beginning when a lot of our partners at the county and regional levels needed to know what the educational activity should be. At this point, we're still providing some of the print resources and the expertise, but we trust our local experts to know how best to interact with your audiences. But this is a detection kit. We know that people will need to know what the lookalikes for Ailanthus would be. Those include black walnut and staghorn sumac, things with alternate pinnate leaf patterns, and some maples that have the samara, the winged seeds, can also be a lookalike for Ailanthus that has that winged seed case. Business cards. We are largely moving away from pamphlets. Pamphlets we just anticipate are not going to be retained by a lot of our audience, except for those who really do want the information. We like these business cards with QR codes. The business card for our box tree moth and our spotted lanternfly have both the state reporting link and the IPM informational site. The great thing about directing people to our informational site, we can change it as the information changes. We don't have to print out a whole new round of materials. We can change the website. That QR code stays the same. The other thing that I love about QR codes, and if anybody follows the one on the right there, you can go and find the file for this business card, send it to Staples, print it out on your own. You can also find the file for a couple of our other materials. Put it into your presentation. I will make a quick blog post with specialized information if I'm talking to arborists or landscapers or whoever. I'll put that blog post up and I'll tell the audience this information will be on this site for a couple of weeks if you need to go back and look at it. And when I feel that, I need to update it or it's time to take it down, I can. That way I'm not printing out handouts. Another specialized material that I have is that we have developed are the egg mass scouting guides. This is a limited fact sheet. There's a lot of information about spotted lanternfly not present here, but it's giving the people reading this the specific knowledge of how to scout a vineyard for egg masses during pruning. It's not a general information sheet, it's a specific use sheet. This we developed in partnership with our regional grape experts. And every year we contact them. We have actually a spotted lanternfly working group at Cornell. And as long as this is useful, we run another revision of it and send it out. Cornell Integrated Pest Management has been the keeper of the spotted lanternfly distribution map. This is something that we started doing and became a leader in. We recently changed this because the map got so, as you can see in the top left, it used to be 6 states that fit nicely on a piece of, on a screen. The more states that were relevant, the smaller the image became. As soon as Georgia hit, we changed to an interactive map form. We now have multiple maps. Instead of overlapping information, we have distinct maps for quarantine, presence, and individual sightings. We changed based on what's useful. I also have iEcolab bookmarked. This is Matt Helmus. He's at Temple University. He has better information than us. He's a computational biologist. He has these models. He has several grad students working on other models. And I have his this link bookmarked. And when people ask me, can I get the data for this file? I say no, but you can have this data. Students are great. I give students projects, or they come to me with projects, and they are better scientists than I am within the course of that 3-month project. And they are great multipliers of the message. I want to recommend everybody either tune in to next year's summit, dates to be determined, or go to Stop SLF, where you can get the recordings of 5 years of summits. If you really want, you can look at the presentation 5 years ago, but I recommend the more recent ones. If you really want to know the details of the USDA's development of biocontrol, there's some great resources there. But we also have workshops. These are in person. They're much more limited, much less accessible because of the fact that they are in person, but we are able to have more in-depth conversations. A different type of meeting for a different purpose. Then there's interviews. Don't turn up your nose to the New York Times. It was my first credit and I got a revision of it. I had no control in that headline. But I also had this interview when the Nightly News in Syracuse. This guy is 10 times more professional than I am about getting information out, and he held my hand through that interview. And well, that's a professional there. So just be open to it. Spotted lanternfly is an incredible banner for us. It was one of the greatest things that happened in my career. And it's a great thing that happened for IPM, an unfortunate thing, but it opens a conversation to a lot of other topics. We can talk about the invasion curve. We can talk about Ilanthus. We can talk about biocontrol writ large. We can talk about analogies with COVID. How bad is it? Well, as long as it's not in your neighborhood, it's not that bad. Is it worth preventing the spread? It's worth it to the vineyard that doesn't have to worry about it right now. They can put off the concern for another year. It's worth delaying it so the researchers have more time to work on a solution. Should we just let it run its course? There's a lot of analogies there. And other research. Spotted lanternfly, in my view, is an example of what we can do. We did not know about spotted lanternfly, we being Western science, 20 years ago. It's not a problem in its home region. They didn't do much research on it in central China. It was part of the ecosystem there. Once it got here and it became a problem, so many machines kicked into gear. Research at individual research institutions and at state regulatory institutions. Hey, Tom. And those cross-state, cross-regional, international partnerships, very impressive. People in this room included. It is actually impressive what we can do when we need to move fast in response. And that is a victory story that we can tell. It is very sad to me that we are losing hemlock trees. It is very sad to me that we have to deal with the invasive species that we do. That's my emotional response. I can also have a victorious, celebratory emotional response. One more story that I'll tell is my first environmental education job. I had training back in 2013, and we were asked, how many of you got the personal mandate lesson? Make sure to turn off the light when you leave the room. Make sure to turn off the water while you're brushing your teeth. Take one fewer shower a week. We have learned that that messaging didn't work. We are scientists, Western scientific knowledge. That lesson, that pedagogy didn't work. What does work is celebrating victories, and we will all change the message as we need to. And one message that I hope to share with you is to celebrate the victories. Thank you. We have time for questions.
Any quick questions? Did anybody have any questions for Jacob? I actually have one really quick question. Do you track your QR codes?
Some of them, and it's not me that thought of it, our digital team, if we realize that we should, we ask to.
Yeah, I plan on reaching out to you about a program that SLELO put together before COVID that kind of didn't happen the way we wanted because of COVID, our SLF spotters program, and we do the QR codes on the business cards.
It's a really good tool for tracking impact.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Nick Sard, an associate professor at SUNY Oswego who uses eDNA and genomic tools to study aquatic species and invasive dynamics in the Great Lakes. Well, thank you.
Hey, everybody. So I'm going to talk to you about eDNA today, and we're going to start here. So from the tops of volcanoes to estuaries to oceans to the Great Lakes outside our door to even in this room, what we've learned over the last 100 years or so is that we live in a sea of DNA. It's everywhere. And in 2008, a seminal invasive species paper was published. It was published by a French group who was looking at the American bullfrog, something you can find at Rice Creek right here, harmless here, not so much in France. And what they demonstrated was that you could take little scoops of water, 15 mils, sorry, I'm not standing close enough, thank you, 15 mils of water, and you could extract DNA from that 15 mils of water and detect the invasive species. And you just saw a little figure of the invasion curve, and we all know that if we can detect things sooner, that means we can invoke actions to manage or eradicate or limit the spread of an invasive species. So I have, so I have the schematic up here. So this schematic on the x-axis describes density, or we have lots of individuals over on this side, few individuals on this side, and the probability of capture on the y-axis, capture. I'm going to emphasize capture. And what we know is that when there's lots of individuals, the probability is relatively high, but at some point that probability drops and it becomes increasingly difficult to detect one individual or 10 individuals even in a space like the Great Lakes, say. That same figure can be changed just slightly, same x-axis, but the y-axis has changed. And the only word that's changed here is detection. Because if you've captured an animal, you have detected that animal, right? And the idea with DNA or environmental DNA sampling is that it shifts that probability, the capture probability or the probability of detection to the left. That is, we have a higher probability of detecting these things with eDNA. So I kind of analogize this to, we have this game of a needle in a haystack, and we're trying to find the needle, and it's very difficult. And we bring environmental DNA to the game, and it's like a magnet. It's a magnet, and it improves our ability to detect the species of interest. And so there's two major types. There's a species-specific assay that's usually quantitative PCR, sometimes endpoint, but not really anymore. And this tests for the presence or absence of a specific species. one species per assay. And one thing I really want to emphasize is that there is information about relative abundance in qPCR style detection systems. The other that's more, that's a little bit newer is metabarcoding. So that's a community level analysis. It tests for the presence or absence of entire communities, say fish species. So you can be looking for 100 different fish species at the same time in the same assay. And again, you can extract relative abundance information out of this. And in doing so, because you have information for many different species, you can quantify metrics like species richness, alpha diversity, beta diversity. And so I'm going to walk through two examples, one for qPCR and one for metabarcoding. And I just want to highlight a couple things when it comes to interpreting the results of these. So here is a little schematic. The schematic is kind of depicting our friend, the polymerase chain reaction, the PCR. And what it shows here is we have the forward and reverse primers. That doesn't really matter for this audience, except to say they kind of act like GPS coordinates. They say, go here and make lots of this DNA, but if and only if it's present. And then the other thing for qPCR that's different than normal PCR is it has this fluorophore. There's lots of different types of flavors of qPCR, but I'm just going to highlight the main one, this Tachman probe. And the idea is that it basically makes light. So when you make more DNA, you make more light. And with more light, you know there's more DNA there. So this is a plot where I have on the x-axis cycle number. Whoop, back a little bit further. There we go. So this is the polymerase chain reaction. So the idea is you start with one copy of DNA, then you go to 2, then to 4, then to 8, then to 16, then to 32, and 64, and so on. And if you do this 40 to 45 cycles, you can have 1 billion copies of DNA in a single tube, And that's why it's called the chain reaction, the polymerase chain reaction. And the idea here that I'm showing you is on the y-axis is fluorescence or light. We're measuring the amount of light every cycle of PCR. This is why it's called quantitative PCR or real-time PCR, because after every cycle of this thing, we take a picture and we say, how much light's there? And when we see more light, we know there's more DNA there. And so we can quantify the amount of DNA in the reaction. And then I have different colors here for us. So concentration, so I'm starting at 10 raised to the 7th. Or 10 million copies per microliter of solution. And I go all the way down by steps of order of magnitude, right down to a single copy per microliter. And they're color coded from black to orange. And one thing that I want to highlight here is when we're quantifying them, the way we do that is we set some threshold. The user sets a threshold. That's that dotted line. And we ask, when does my sample cross that threshold? And when it does, we draw a line down and say, at what cycle did that happen? And when that happens, or we quantify that information. So on the y-axis here, come on, I'll get this thing slow and steady. On the y-axis here, I have my cycle T, my cycles that it took me to pass through that threshold. So that's where I'm getting these little black dots here. And I do this for my blue dots and all the way over to my orange dots. And our good friend y equals mx plus b comes back on to the scene. So you can fit a linear equation to this. And then when we have unknown water samples out in the field, out in the St. Lawrence, out in Lake Ontario, we can apply this assay, put our CT values on this curve and say, well, how much DNA did we start with in this sample? That is why it's quantitative. And what a recent review by Matt Yates and colleagues came out with is it showed pretty much that there is information about relative abundance for when we use qPCR as a way to detect a rare species, say a nascent invader. And there's really two figures here, A and B. One's plotting the correlation coefficient, the other's R squared. They're like metrics of how much variation is explained, or the strength and the direction of a linear relationship. And the point is, if you look at these y-axes, there's pretty strong relationships, and the proportion of variation explained is relatively high. When we look at our qPCR results relative to systems where we knew something about abundance. In the laboratory, you can see those dots are higher. Well, that's because the laboratories are really controlled environment. We know what's going on in the laboratory. When we apply these to nature, it drops a little bit, but it's still pretty strong. So there is information in qPCR results when we're trying to detect a nascent invader. And the COVID analogy from the speaker before me, right? That the same thing, like some of you might realize when I said CT value, that in medicine, you can use CT value to determine the relative abundance or the viral load in a patient. And so I use the COVID analogy too when talking about invasives. Now, why did we see a drop from here to here? Another really great paper if you're into eDNA. Barnes and Turner, 2016, they wrote about the ecology of eDNA and the implications for conservation genetics. And pretty much what they said is that the origin, state, fate, and transport of eDNA, once it gets off the animal or plant of interest, is not well understood. There's a whole lot of stuff out there that's happening that we are accounting for when we try to quantify relative abundance in the field. And that's something that the field is actively working on. Now, I've been working with Nature Conservancy with Brittany Rogers and her colleagues for a couple of years now. I'm just going to highlight some of the results from a recent report that Brittany led. Congratulations on becoming the director too, Brittany. So we looked at we surveyed for some native species, Cisco and like whitefish, Atlantic salmon, American eel. We surveyed for a bunch of invasive species up there as well. Asian carps, northern snakehead, tench, tube-nosed goby, Asian swamp eel, and the rusty crayfish, all with eDNA because we live in a sea of DNA. And just a couple of highlights here. This was a community science. This was led by Brittany and the TNC. They worked with lots of different community science volunteers. Those people went out and took water samples. So did Brittany. You saw there's some pictures of them collecting eDNA samples from 1 liter Nalgene bottles around this room today. And I'll also say she worked with her eDNA project technician. Jacob did a great job, and I really enjoyed working with him. And just some kind of significant eDNA detections that we got from this report were that we detected American eel in 8 tributaries. We had a promising carrageenan detection in the Raquette River. And the AIS stuff I'm going to talk about in a second. But the way this looks is that we had about 150 water samples. Each water sample was filtered. So that's kind of what an eDNA sample looks like once it's filtered through a filter. That's our eDNA. We extract the DNA from here. It's cells, it's free-floating DNA. It gets into a 1.5 mil tube. And then in this case, we looked at that DNA twice to say, did we see any one of these species? Did we detect any one of these species? And this is just one of the figures from that report. And I'm just going to highlight a couple things here. One, the x-axis is time. So from September to December, we sampled a variety of places. Those places are generically labeled 1 through 14. So from Rice Creek to the Raquette River, this is how many water samples we took from each one of them through time. And then the fastest there, I'm just showing you the Asian carps, tench, and tube-nosed goby. And they kind of span what you might see in eDNA detections. The first is that we don't detect anything. Great. No evidence of Asian carps in this region. Perfect. The tench, you can see, we got 1 detection on the second sampling event in December in 1 river. What do we do with that? I get that question a lot. And that's kind of why I bring it up here. What do we do with a single eDNA detection, right? It's not a capture, it is a detection, and it should be interpreted as such. And then the other one here, tube-nosed goby. So another non-native species that's spreading around in this part of New York State. And you can see in many different river systems. Oops, I should advance a little bit so to kind of orient you. I made myself a little map here. A river site 1 to river site 14 here in New York. And so this is the names of all the tributaries if you are curious. All right. So, and then it's clear that there's pretty strong evidence that tube-nosed gobies are here. And there's strong evidence that tube-nosed gobies are in specific river systems because of multiple detections through space and time. But for the tench, we have that 1 detection. And so if you are someone who is working with someone who does eDNA and wants to know how do I deal with an eDNA detection, I would point you to the Great Lakes Fishery Commission's management support tree. So Amy Welsh led this effort with her colleagues, and they developed a technical report to help people deal with how to interpret invasive species detections through qPCR or metabarcoding in that case. And I'm not going to go through this whole table here, but there's levels 1 through 4. So, initial detections to, hey, you probably got something that's around and you need to do something about it. And I'll just say, check that out if you're someone who needs to interpret these results, because it's a pretty good way to think about it. Now I'm going to shift gears. I just started doing metabarcoding this year in New York. I've been doing it since 2017. I'm working with the St. Regis Mohawk tribe to do some metabarcoding work with an aquatic biologist that I have hired through USGS. And so this is a metabarcoding taxonomic database. Every row here represents a species. Every column represents a single nucleotide. The colors represent the 4 nucleotides, A, T, G, and C, or nothing, indel, deletion. And you can see that on this end and on this end, pretty much everybody's got the same information. Great. That means we can look at all of you in concert together. That's the essence of a metabarcoding assay. And then the other thing is, this is the barcode. This is why people call this barcoding, because this information here is what differentiates all the species from each other. That's how we can tell what is what. Every species has unique sets of DNA that we can use as barcodes to identify the species. Now, since I don't have any results for New York just yet, this is an example of a small lake in Michigan where we applied one of these assays a couple years ago. So this is Haithco Lake. And what I'm showing you here is a community matrix. Every row in this matrix represents a sampling event. Every column represents a species. So I have the common names up there. And then the colors there represent how many sequences, the DNA sequences were allocated to any one of those species. And you can see there's warm colors. That means warm colors mean lots of DNA sequences. Cool colors mean not so much. This is kind of the same idea, but for traditional gears. So we did this work with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. So again, common species, and then the common names of species we actually detected on the X, and on the Y is individual sampling efforts. And the relative count, the number of individuals actually detected in any one of those efforts, is also encoded. So a few things to highlight here. One is that common species were detected in both methods. So bass, bluegill, pumpkin seed, crappie, they're basically detected in every single eDNA sample we took. And you can see that they're detected in the vast majority of the traditional gears as well. Now, the highlight, the magnet to the game that eDNA brings, right? There's gear specificity. No matter if we're talking about fish or invertebrates or whatever, there are some gears that are better at catching some things than others. eDNA is less gear bias. And this is an example. So channel catfish caught in one experimental gill net for the traditional, and then for the eDNA results, we basically detected it in every single one of our eDNA samples. That's the magnet in the game. And then another one, if for those of you with a keen eye, you might have noticed that round goby is in this community matrix, right? It's detected twice in 2 different eDNA samples, not detected in any traditional samples taken in that lake. And here again, what do you do with that result? And I would then, again, tell you to go look up Amy Welch's management tool so that you can figure out what to do with that result, because it's a detection, not a capture. And then the last thing I'll basically say, because I'm out of time, is that this figure here shows that eDNA metabarcoding has information about relative abundance. This is species rank abundance, and this is the proportion of eDNA samples that those species are detected. So a rank of 1 is the most abundant, and going to the right is less abundant. And you can see there's this negative relationship here, and that pretty much in every single lake we looked at is statistically significant. So with that, I'll just say thanks. I'll let you read that slide. I got a QR code up there for my Google Scholar profile and some various other ways to connect with me. Thanks for your time. Out of questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. eDNA has definitely been a great tool in our toolbox, and we're very grateful for the collaboration with you. So next, I'd like to welcome Justin Wolford, who specializes in AIS monitoring and GIS mapping at Adirondack Research, supporting prisms and lake associations across New York State.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Wolford. I work for Adirondack Research. I'm our invasive species program coordinator, and we are an environmental consulting and cartography firm located in Saranac Lake. We specialize in invasive species management and connecting people with their outdoor environments. All right, why AIS matters. This is just a quick recap because I'm hoping we all know by now. But as you can see from these pictures, it can quickly take over environments, causing a lot of problems, especially with boaters and lake associations, recreators, people who may be not so much informed in the environmental field in general, tend to notice AIS issues before they notice a lot of other environmental issues. What is adaptive management? That is the big part of all this. Adaptive management is essentially a cycle of reevaluating every year what you're doing and using your toolbox and the tools in the toolbox the most effective way you can. So we have developed this little graphic here that kind of explains it. And the first step is monitoring. And then it follows up with qualifying that assessment, referring back to your toolbox, seeing what you have, what is easiest, what is even allowed to do in your area, and then implementing that in a way that will address the issue with what is currently at stake. And then after you manage for a year, you go back and you monitor again. You see what's working. If it's not, you pivot. If it is working, you double down. And this allows you to use the finite resources to their greatest extent, to their maximum potential. AIS surveys. It's pretty traditional. This is the traditional top-down rake toss surveys. So you zigzag through the littoral zone of the lake, which is the area where light shines through and plants can grow. And as you zigzag, you throw a rake to the inside of the turn every 100, 200 feet, depending on the interval. And this will essentially give you a sampling of plants from all around the entire area of the lake where plants can grow. And we then create these really pretty maps. This is the fun part of the presentation. And these maps allow you to communicate the issues better with people who, maybe are not so involved and get more interest, as well as helping explain the issues. It helps with grant funding. So this first map here is just a map where we did not detect any invasive species. So you can see where we went, where we looked, and that. So they're doing the first step of adaptive management, which is monitoring. And if they were to detect one plant, they move on to the next step and they already have their things prepared. The other lake here does have invasive species. So you can see how we quantify the beds of Eurasian water milfoil in this lake in a way that can be seen and can be visualized easily by people of different abilities, people of different knowledge levels, and different understandings of invasive species, and allow them to differentiate what is an invasive versus a native plant that may be right in front of their dock. So this is, you can see then by doing this year after year, we can compare how beds change over time with management or without management. So this is a lake that has not done any management in the last few years. And this lake became important last year in the Adirondacks. We had a low growth year for milfoil, and lakes that were doing management were wondering, is the management working, or is this a fluke of the year due to the heavy rains in 2023? So we looked at Algonquin Lake here, which has not done any management. And we could see how from the first detection a few years ago, which was 2018 is that first map, to it growing through 2021. And then in 2024, again, we had smaller beds due to the excess rain. So this gives us something to compare the lakes that are managing to and allow them to know, what is working, what isn't working. But you can see how the beds change over time with or without doing anything. And you can see the natural fluctuation of milfoil. This is a different style, but similar concept. So same lake, 3 different years. This is Juanita Lake down in the Finger Lakes, and they have been doing Percelicore treatments for the last few years. And what they're doing is every year they take the map of where the milfoil is and spot treat the hot spots. So by mapping every year and by doing this every year, they're able to most efficiently use a smaller amount of herbicide to cover the densest parts every year of the milfoil. And what this does then, by mapping these out and putting in pretty maps that are available for everyone, we can keep track of management activities, we can prepare for them, we can communicate them with the communities around us, as well as with the DEC for grants or other grant funding sources. So the two satellite pictures here are from the Peconic River down on Long Island, and this is part of a project the DEC is using to explore the use of Priscillicore on Ludwigia. And you can see, so one of them is pre-treatment 2024 and the other one is post-treatment 2024. And they can see and visualize then how the Priscillicore is treating Ludwigia down to a measurable number. It'll help them better evaluate its success. The other map here is Eagle Lake. They have been exploring Priscillicore treatments, and by overlaying the treatment areas, which are kind of faint, but treatment areas of the see-through gray bubbles, you can overlay those over the map of AIS and explain to the community why certain areas are being treated versus others, and really explain the issue in a way that, you know, a broader amount of people can understand, as well as this map was recently used in an application to the APA for their Priscillicore permit, and this explains to the APA to justify why they're doing what they're doing and where they are doing it. Mapping, again, helps involve the community. So this is Eagle Lake again. The map on the left, or the right, excuse me, is a map done by the Lake Protector Program, which is a citizen science program where the lake volunteers to go out and sample a bunch of survey points and come up with the GIT. And the map on the left is by Adirondack Research. And you can see how there is some variation between the two maps, between surveying, but they can produce very similar results. And this, again, helps engage the community, help understand the issues and get broader support. Some key takeaways from this as well are lake management is a holistic idea for a lake. The maps can help. So the Eagle Lake Invasive Species Management Plan has a bunch of maps of every single species of plant that was identified in the lake. And that is well and above the detail required for most permitting and most management. And it really helps solidify grant funding, permitting. It makes the process and the process of determining which tools you can use, which ones work for your lake and not, go a lot smoother by having a lot more information available about each individual lake. And these high quality maps can even be expanded to show how AIS spreads in the area. So that's a map of all the boat ramps around Eagle Lake. So that'll show where it's coming from, where it's going to, you know, and you can start tracking which invasive species you should be looking for then in the area versus with what's around the area. And these maps really just help a lot of both communicating within the lake associations and politics of lake associations as well as within the state. So then I'm going to leave with two small questions here. What AIS challenges do you face? And how can mapping help you address those challenges within your broader community? Thank you.
I'd like to welcome you back to your seat so we can continue with our program, please. I'd like to now welcome Jeff Kingsley, president of the Goose Bay Reclamation Corp, with a PhD in chemical engineering and a focus on environmental innovation.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'd like to talk to you this afternoon about what's been going on up at Goose Bay. It's really kind of a case history of trying to manage invasive species in Goose Bay. So we'll go through that. For those of you who are not familiar, Goose Bay is on the St. Lawrence River. It's about 4 miles downriver from Alexandria Bay. It's a very important ecological and recreational area. In fact, at one point, the DEC had rated it one of the most important in the Lake Ontario region. It's important for fish spawning. It houses nesting birds and migratory birds as they pass through. It's important for fishing and water sports. Crane Point State Park is on the shore. It's clearly part of the St. Lawrence River. However, the behavior or the characteristics of Goose Bay are much more like a lake. It's about 750 acres, but of the shoreline, only about 250 yards are open to the river. So the river doesn't really flow through Goose Bay, it flows by Goose Bay.
Goose Bay. On the other hand, when the river level comes up in the spring, of course, water from the river comes in, and in the fall, as the water level in the river drops, water goes out. So there is some communication, but there's really very little mixing in Goose Bay. So with the river. So whatever comes into Goose Bay tends to stay in Goose Bay. Over the years, the bay has been degraded for a few reasons. The first reason is reduced natural flow through the bay, and that's because of two reasons. It's been choked off by some of the natural passages into and out of Goose Bay have been choked off by cattail encroachment. And also in the 60s, there was road construction on Route 12, which we believe has blocked off part of the north end of the bay. And the most pressing problem has been Eurasian water milfoil. We've had severe infestations of milfoil over the years. And I'll speak to that quite a bit here in a minute. Okay, there we go. So Goose Bay Reclamation Corporation was formed in 2008. It's a all-volunteer nonprofit organization to address the degradation issues. So we have several initiatives going on. Here we go. So let me go back here. So as I said, the most important is the milfoil control, but we're also working on reestablishing the historical flow patterns in the bay. There's the Island Number 9 channel project. Island Number 9 is on the left side of the screen. You can see a brown patch on the bottom there. That's milfoil. That used to be that's a cattail that used to be an open channel, and water would flow in, flush out the bay. That is now closed off. Also on the north end, we believe there used to be a connectivity between the north end of the bay and Crooked Creek, which is not on the picture. So that has also been choked off, and that was, we believe, due to road construction. We're also working on phosphorus. This is relatively new to us. We've done some sampling for phosphorus in Goose Bay and in the surrounding tributary Cranberry Creek. And clearly we have some phosphorus coming down Cranberry Creek. It's coming into the bay, and we believe that it is feeding the milfoil problem and also causing some issues with algae. We don't have a severe algae problem yet, but we do see it. Clarkson University has been involved in that now. They received a 3-year grant to test for phosphorus and determine the sources of the phosphorus. And of course, we do government agency, citizen outreach, and fundraising. But milfoil has been our most pressing problem. Okay. The problems, if you're not familiar with milfoil, it's an aquatic invasive weed. It forms very, very dense mats of vegetation below the surface and on the surface of the water as it grows throughout the season. It propagates very easily by fragmentation, so boats going through it make the problem worse. The ecological impact is probably the most severe. It crowds out native vegetation. When it dies back in the winter and begins to decay, the decay process chews up oxygen in the water. And of course, that disrupts the fish population. In fact, there were years, when the milfoil was at its worst, basically it seemed like fish had left the bay. Disrupts the natural food chain, and of course impairs the spawning grounds. In terms of recreation, of course it fouls boat props and jet skis. There have been years in Goose Bay where you could not get a jet ski off your dock out into open water just because of the fouling problem. And of course, swimming and tubing and other water sports are greatly impaired. The problem is that once you get milfoil in the water, You can try to control it, but you can't eradicate it. It's virtually impossible to eradicate. So we've looked at a number of control methods, and frankly, our preferred method would be to use milfoil weevils. These milfoil weevils are a naturally occurring bug that basically burrow into milfoil stems and disrupt the plant. There are milfoil weevils in Goose Bay. However, there are not enough of them to have a significant impact. At one point in time, there was a commercially available source of weevils. They no longer are in that business, so you can't get weevils to actually to populate the bay. That's the biggest problem. Also, it's not clear if weevils would work. You need to have the right habitat for the weevils so that they can survive. In fact, I believe Potsdam State University applied for a grant. Unfortunately, it was not awarded, to start a weevil farm. But that's the kind of thing that we would need to have happen in order to use that method. There are benthic barriers. Benthic barriers are basically like tarpaulins or mats that you put in the water. They block out light. Unfortunately, they're only good for very small areas, and they're not specific to milfoil, so any aquatic vegetation would be impacted. There's diver-assisted suction harvesting, or DASH. It's very expensive and also suitable only for smaller size plots. There's mechanical harvesting. Mechanical harvesting is actually fairly widely used. But the capacity is limited to about 1 to 4 acres per day per machine. And of course, that capacity depends on the machine and the conditions that you're harvesting. We've had mixed experience on Goose Bay. We have used harvesting there. Others have had great success. The Chautauqua Lake Association runs a fleet of actually 7 harvesters, large harvesters that they run throughout the summer season. And they apparently are very happy with the results from harvesting. The harvester that you see in the picture, that's the one that we have used. It's owned by the town of Alexandria. You can see on the front there's a drum, but it doesn't go very deep into the water. Ostensibly, it's supposed to pull the weeds up by the roots, but it's really much more like a lawn mower. So the weeds actually stay there and grow back. Then there's herbicides. Herbicides are suitable for large acreage because you can do a very large treatment in a very short period of time. You can do 100 acres with herbicide in a day. It's not cheap. It's give or take $1,000 an acre, and there are permits required, and you need a licensed herbicide applicator to put it in. So herbicides and mechanical harvesting have been used on Goose Bay. Control history for milfoil begins in about 2015. A demonstration project was done using the herbicide Renovate on about 40 acres. This was funded by Goose Bay Reclamation and by a New York State Senate grant. It was a demonstration because it was the first time the DEC had dealt with an herbicide application in a bay which was connected to the river like this, where there was some concern that the herbicide could escape and get out into the river and contaminate the river. So a lot of precautions were taken, and ultimately the test turned out to be very successful, which led to another application in 2017 with Renovate about 100 acres. In 2018, another 210 acres were done. This was done under a Great Lakes Restoration Initiative grant. And then finally, in 2020, Procelicor was used for the first time on Goose Bay. It is a replacement and much better alternative to renovate, we have found, and I think that's consistent with what others have found. And again, 91 acres were done under that treatment. Between 2021 and 2024, the town harvester was used, but really very limited capacity there, as I mentioned. In 2023, we did an experiment with 2 harvesters, one that went deep to pull up the weeds and another one to collect them from the surface. I can talk about that offline if you'd like to know more about it. In 2024 and 2025, we applied for funding from the Sustain Our Great Lakes program. Unfortunately, that was not awarded. And the reason we applied for that funding, of course, is because the milfoil was coming back quite heavily, and we needed to knock it back again. 2024, Clarkson University got involved again, and they were awarded a grant, I believe, from the DEC for a milfoil monitoring and mapping program, which really was intended to study the propagation of milfoil and to model that propagation, to develop models of that. More recently, and not on this slide because it just occurred yesterday, was a very small treatment of about 15 acres. It was a privately funded project to remove milfoil from around some dock owners' docks, basically. All in, about 400 acres of the bay has been treated. That's a 750-acre bay, so much of the bay has been treated. We've had excellent results with the herbicides. Unfortunately, the milfoil is back. In 2023, it was coming back very, very heavily. Last year, 2024, in the spring, it was coming up. There seemed to be a rain event. I believe it was a hurricane, remnants of a hurricane came through. And after that, the milfoil actually went down. And this year, the milfoil has actually been quite light compared to previous years. But we expect that, of course, that it will be back again heavily very soon. Definitely, we need a long-term control strategy because if we let it go, it basically engulfs the bay. In this picture, you can see this was taken in 2023 along the shoreline there. That's all milfoil in the water, and you can see it's beginning to spread out towards the center of the bay. But our long-term plan is to treat 300 acres of the bay to reduce the milfoil back to where it was in 2020. That would be a program of applying Percellacor on 100 acres per year over 3 years. And the cost of that would be $1,000 to $1,200 an acre. Once the milfoil is knocked back, you have to stay after it. I think we've learned that. So we would implement an early detection and rapid response program, which would consist of surveillance for emergent milfoil, followed by rapid treatment of that emergent milfoil before it gets out of control, to basically manage the cost and scope of the milfoil project, control projects. We would expect that maybe 20 to 30 acres would need to be treated every year, the hot spots, the flare-ups, and we would be able to manage it that way. However, this has not been tested. Maybe it's been tested somewhere else, and I think it would need to be determined that this kind of a strategy would work. The roadblock in this strategy is finding the funding to treat the initial 300 acres. We were fortunate enough to receive the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative funding, which went a long way on the first go at this. So we need that level of funding going forward just to get this kicked off. But the objective is to reduce the ongoing milfoil costs to a manageable level. So our learnings here, See, I'm running out of time. Our learnings here, number one, there are no silver bullets for milfoil control, and there are really no permanent solutions. If you have it, it's going to come back. Large-scale control is prohibitively expensive. It's typically funded by lake associations and local governments, but there's very little grant funding available. There are no state programs that we're aware of. There is some Sustain Our Great Lakes funding, but it's very limited. It's about $6 million, and it's over all invasive species. So it's a very, very competitive program. Basically the funding is limited. Procellicore seems to be the way to go. My understanding is there are about 30 permits for Procellicore projects granted in New York each year. It's much easier to use than the Renovate. You compare gallons of Procellicore, which is a liquid, versus tons of Renovate, basically to clean up an area. Also the Procellicore is dosed at a much lower dose than the Renovate. So our experience has been consistent with others, but clearly long-term strategies, control strategies are required, and I think they need to be tested. And finally, we really need additional sources of funding. It's a very widespread problem. Most lakes and water bodies in the state have some kind of a milfoil problem. And so we need some additional funding to clean it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all the hard work that you've been doing on Goose Bay to control the milfoil. I'd like to now welcome Dr. Eric Hillquist, a botanist and associate professor at SUNY Oswego, whose research focuses on aquatic and wetland plant ecology across diverse U.S. ecosystems.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to start by thanking Brittany and the SLELO team for bringing this top-notch symposium to our campus. I really appreciate that. We're just thrilled at Oswego to have all of you here and to have so many committed and enthusiastic and energetic conservationists gathered on our campus to talk about these topics that are so near and dear to our heart. It's also great to have my colleagues Liz, Nick, and Kristen here with us today too. And just know that there's a wonderful group of expertise here on campus that would be eager to help you with various projects and collaborations across the natural sciences at SUNY Oswego. What I'd like to talk about today is a project that I've talked about before at the symposium, but I want to talk about it more in a process-based context with regard to the theme of the conference being about adaptive practices that we can use to manage invasive species. And so I'm going to present it as really a case study, excuse me, not so much about the science in our results, but how we've been working with a number of different groups over the last 10 years to work on controlling a cattail invasion at a very sensitive habitat not too far from where we are today. And the species of concern that is causing ecological disruption in our habitat is which is an intermediate fen here, our Typha angustifolia, the narrowleaf cattail. And I've been working on invasive species in wetlands and aquatic habitats for, excuse me, since the 1990s. And each one of these bullet points, we all have experience with in various capacities, but in my experience, it's unusual to have all of these different bullet points regarding adaptive management strategies and partnerships between multiple groups and methods of control and long-term funding and then long-term monitoring and the integration of of control and experimentation all happening together on one project is pretty unusual. And so that's what I'll be presenting today. So all of us in this room are really studying succession and are concerned about succession. And we have our habitats of interest that are intact in a state that we consider to be high functioning with high species diversity and ecological complexity that we want to preserve. But when invasive species enter the picture, such as cattails in our situation, these invasive species drive down the functionality of the habitat of interest and decrease species diversity and ecological complexity. And therefore, we take a strategy of, well, how are we going to manage this, and how are we going to, let's see. How are we going to drive the community, deflect it back from the degraded situation to more of an intact situation? And the approach that we've been taking over the last 10 years, essentially working at this site in Oswego County, is an adaptive management approach, which is something some of the speakers, including Justin, have mentioned, where we assess the problem, we planned, and then when we were fortunate enough to get funding, we were able to implement a strategy that incorporated both experimentation and control simultaneously, where we could year to year assess whether, using our experimental plots, we could year to year assess whether what we were doing was working and if we should change our methods. And we could, again, just continually reassess and build upon past year's data to see where we were going and if things were moving where we had hoped. So our site in question is a 11,000-year-old intermediate fen. It's a very unusual habitat in New York. There's only 71 fens in New York. It's dominated by a conspicuous and extensive floating mat that has over 10 species of conservation concern in it. It's a site that is very biologically rich and has obviously a very unique natural history as well, and is a habitat of great conservation concern. However, the narrow-leaved cattail has been colonizing this site for a number of years. This is a species that was first described in Oswego, not described, but first collected in Oswego in North America. So the first herbarium record of this European species, presumably European species, was collected right here, bays of Lake Ontario in Oswego in 1880. And in a fen situation, cattails such as Typha angustifolia colonize and by seed, and then they can spread by rhizomes. And in a situation like this, it doesn't look like too big a deal to have a cattail here and maybe connected by a rhizome growing. But when they die, they produce copious amounts of thatch, the more stems you have, and it flops over and again produces a layered effect of dead biomass. So that in a few years, that rhizomatous growth will start to get more and more dense, and then thatch layer, you can see sort of the beige and brown of the thatch layer, the dead leaf tissue starting to accumulate. And if that population is allowed to continue to reproduce clonally, you'll get something like this, which is a fen not too far from here in Deer Creek, where if you pull away all the thatch, you find the remnant sphagnum moss and the cranberries and other fen species that have been smothered by the thatch. In 2002, Andrew Nelson, well-known regional botanist who was very much a steward of this site, and his various reports had started to notice that cattails were becoming prominent. And he said that these cattails may be of some concern with regard to the habitat structure and the diversity of the site. Oh, sorry, that's all scrambled. That wasn't supposed to look that way. I I came on the scene at about 2010. Andy and Peter Rosenbaum, who some of you knew, brought me to this site, and we were working on some other projects, and I had experience in northern Michigan seeing cattails take over some really pristine wetlands. And so I became alarmed too and said, yeah, we've got to think about something to do here. And finally, around 2014, we decided we'd do some pilot projects and just get some data about how much thatch was on the ground at the site, whether the cattails were impacting the plant diversity of the site. And we also did a number of test plots working with Sandy Bonanno, who a number of you know, I'm sure, to see if manual removal of the cattails would be possible. And what we determined is, yes, it would be hard work, but this could be done if an opportunity presented itself to do so. Coincidentally, not long after that, the next year really, 2015, Peter Rosenbaum, one of my colleagues, obtained some funds through the Environmental Protection Fund that were going to be applied to this site as well. And he said, Eric, would you be interested in doing some cattail work? And so we had our test data, our pilot project data, and we knew essentially what we could do and how we could do it. And so then at that point, we went to the Central New York Land Trust, who owns the property, and proposed a integrated research and control approach to remove the cattails, but also monitor whether a removal effort was actually having an impact. And their main guidelines were, that's wonderful, we love you to do that, but no herbicide, which was fine with me, and no digging up the cattails. So that left us with clipping, which again was kind of a formidable task, but we had done the pilot project and felt that it was doable. And therefore we put our research design into play. And we used a paper from 1993 that outlined the phenology of cattails and their carbohydrate allocation patterns. And it became clear that, you could control in the fall or the spring. Probably spring would be best because you would be preventing growth and photosynthate allocation to the rhizomes, which would fuel the shoots for the following growing season. But then there was also the issue with litter, in other words, the thatch. And so we set up experimental plots to harvest in the spring, and then we also set up experimental plots to harvest in the fall to see if our botanical intuition would be correct about when would be the best time to focus our control efforts. And that brings us to the third part of our adaptive management approach, which was the implementation of simultaneously experimenting and controlling, and then adjusting our control efforts based on our experimental results. And ideally, of course, you want this wheel, whoops, stop doing that. You want your wheel to cycle around each revolution representing a year, but frequently, because of logistical issues, our work in the field is limited, and that wheel doesn't cycle over year after year. But we were very fortunate again because we had some stable funding and collaborations that we knew we were going to be able to do this work for multiple years and not have that break, which is unusual. For example, there was a paper published in 2011 that surveyed 350 papers published about invasive species control from 1960 to 2009. And over half, or just about half of the studies were one and done studies where you just had a year of control or a year of monitoring, and that was it. So only 7% had 5 or more years of control that was actively monitored. So we were as this project unfolded, we realized that we were in a situation that was quite unique and again, very fortunate. So we did our pilot work in 2014, then did control from 2016 to 2020. We had a hiatus, 2021, 2022, we didn't have any funding. And then we were fortunate again to get some more funding to go through 2025. We just have been able to extend it one more year because we've been very frugal with how we've allocated our money. So we had enough to squeeze out one more field season. So by the time this project's done, we'll have 9 years of control. Again, we did a series of plots. We did 12 plots harvested in the spring, 12 plots harvested in the fall. And then we had these uncut plots here. And this is an uncut control plot. You can see there's a lot of cattails here in the foreground. This is about a month ago, but there's no cattails in the background. Those are all areas where we've been actively controlling. We thought the project was going to end in 2020. So in the end of 2020, we ended up cutting our control plots. But then when we got funding again, we just have continued to sample those control plots as a reference point. And then when the project is officially done in next year, we're going to harvest all those plots again, and we will continue to go back and remove all those cattails as we've done in the rest of the fen. So we had what's been going on for the last several years is going back to these permanent plots over and over again, harvesting in the spring, harvesting in the fall. And then our adaptive management strategy showed us, as the data has been accumulating, that harvesting in the spring is the way to go. That's the most effective way to deplete the cattail coverage. And so every spring we harvest all the peatland, about 7 acres worth of peatland outside of our research plots. And you can see here how this is the amount of cattails we've harvested from our research plots over time. And we've been able to drive that amount of cattail down drastically from when we first started. And then we've been able to collect a variety of data about the growth of the cattails over this time period. And thankfully, we didn't have just a one-off sort of data set. We were able to accumulate data that looks like that over time. And we'll be able to do that for the next 3 field seasons to again show that harvesting in the spring will drive down our cattails much more than harvesting in the fall. I don't have time, obviously, to go into all the details, but the good news, we mentioned earlier, celebrating victories, is that this process has worked for us extraordinarily well. And whether we harvest in the spring or harvest in the fall, we have driven down every measure of cattail abundance, whether it's stems, biomass, flowering production, or dead biomass dramatically by different orders of magnitude. But we've always driven everything downward, and that's opened up this floating mat that was becoming abundantly covered with cattail stems, and it's opened it up into a floating mat that the cattails are now just in the background and hardly noticeable at all. So again, spring cutting has been the best way to harvest. Fall cutting, not so good, but as long as you're removing thatch consistently, you're going to keep the peatland habitat structure intact, which is critical for all of the biodiversity in this habitat. And so thatch removal is critical. And just to wind up, what are some of the advantages of the approach we've taken? Well, we've got reliable systemic data over a long time period that shows that our removal efforts have in fact been effective. So we have a multi-year perspective. We now have a solid understanding of best practices for managing cattails in this sort of environment. We've been able to gather data without sacrificing control because we've been able to control and gather data simultaneously about the effectiveness of our control practices, which should lead to greater efficiency in the long run. Other benefits have been that we've been able to integrate student training into this process so that right now we're at 21 students have gained experience with management analysis and scientific process. Many of them have presented at conferences such as the Rochester Academy or the Northeast Natural History Conference or the Great Lakes Research Conference. We've been able to involve communities and have kind of build a community around this actual site as well. So site stewardship has been also something that's grown out of this project and this process. And we've also, of course, been able to build upon partnerships. So if you have a situation where you think eradication is not possible, and you maybe have multiple options for control, this sort of integrated experimental approach can be really useful, especially if you have access to community members or students that can help you with the field work. And of course, funding that's stable is also very helpful. But the take-home message is that integrative multi-year invasive species removal, along with experimentation to inform your removal practices, absolutely works. And we were out in the fen just this past weekend. We sampled 24 plots. 13 of them had no typha in them anymore, and 20 of them had either no typha or less than 5 stems. So the process is been quite successful. When we started out, we used to have yard waste bags full of cattails and 6 drying ovens running multiple times to get all the biomass dried. This weekend, we went into the lab and put a couple of paper bags into 1 drying oven. So we sort of measure based on drying oven capacity. And we know just that we don't have to turn on so many drying ovens that everything's been working well. So thank you again for being here, and thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for sharing that project with us today. Now I'd like to welcome Faisal Nawang, Advanced Data Manager at the New York Natural Heritage Program, who manages invasive species data, visualization tools, and holds an MS in Conservation Biology from SUNY ESF.
Great. Can everyone hear me? All right. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Faisal Nawang. I'm the Advanced Data Manager with the New York Natural Heritage Program, and I am here today to talk about leveraging IMAP tools to enhance invasive species management. I'll also give a thanks to all the SLELO Prism staff and all the other presenters. This has been really great. Oh, look, we got the fun. Great. I would give a little background. Fortunately, my colleague Greg Welter has already explained our mission, so I'm sure you all know it by heart. But New York Natural Heritage Program also includes the Invasive Species Database Program, which includes IMAP invasives and the Watercraft Inspection Stewardship Program. I know we have at least one WISP steward here. So on to IMAP. So raise your hand if you've contributed data to IMAP. Okay. Oh, that is a lot of you. Look at this. We're doing great. Well, thank you so much for everyone who's done that so far. Yes, IMAP is the state's centralized invasive species database, which supports prisms like SLELO, as well as state agencies and other partners. Just to give some ideas of these numbers, last year alone, we received over 43,000 presence records from nearly 200,000 acres of searched areas, which is quite a lot of data. We also had 6,000 treatment records, which is also awesome. We know that a lot of our partners are doing great treatment work throughout the state. We love to see that getting documented. Treatment is obviously such an important part of invasive species management, as many people today have already discussed. And at IMAP, we were able to support treatment efforts in a number of ways, including hosting the database that houses treatment data, maintaining data collection tools that are used to record treatment data, as well as providing tools for both visualizing and analyzing treatment data. So I'll be going over some of those. Once again, warp slide, very abstract, but we'll be going over the site time series, management outcomes analysis, water chestnut action sites tool, and lastly, mobile data collection. So site time series. Yes, this is a tool that is built directly into the IMAP online web map, and it basically allows you to play through a timeline view of a species distribution over time. Let's see, we got all that there. So basically, yes, you're just going to go to the IMAP map, zoom in into an area beyond the hex level. You can filter the data. We recommend doing this as it limits the scope of what is a rather large database. If you were looking for, say, a knotweed site, you could filter on that species. The site time series button is up here in the corner. And then you can sort of adjust your settings as needed. You can do different time intervals like years or months, and there's sort of different modes that you can play around with. And then there's a play button. I have a suspicion that this video is not going to work, so this is going to be theater of the mind. You can imagine in this hypothetical scenario with presence polygons that when you press the play button, it'll sort of move over time, and you'll watch year by year as the sort of treatment polygons change, the presence polygons change. And in this theater of the mind scenario, the population is shrinking, which is good. And this kind of visualization is very helpful for reporting treatment effectiveness or exploring how your site is changing over time. Great, blasted through that. Next, we have the management outcomes analysis tool. So while the site time series tool is very good for doing sort of exploratory data work, looking at change over time on a site-by-site basis, the management outcomes analysis looks at all of the data in the entire database at once. And just a little bit of quick background on this project, which I did for my master's research. The Management Outcomes Project came from a recognized need to evaluate management success statewide. As it turns out, there's been relatively little research on evaluating success at the regional scale, particularly when it comes to invasive plant management, which is a lot of the data that we have. And I think Dr. Helquist's presentation also spoke to that fact as well. As a response, we developed a novel process for evaluating a large amount of centralized invasive species data all at once. The initial step is to dissolve treatment polygons together and create a management site. Then we go ahead and we link any intersecting pre- and post-treatment data to that site. More fun graphics. During this process, we basically organize the data by location and by species. Then we sequence it by date, and then we further examine those records to summarize the outcome. And what do I mean by examining records? Well, we have this very handy-dandy flowchart. And by that, I mean, we sort of look at the types of data present. We examine the availability of pre- and post-treatment data. If requisite data is present, we'll take a look at changes in area and percent cover. If there are non-detecteds involved, we'll look at years since the last non-detection. And so we basically take a look at all of this at once, and we're able to sort these sites into outcomes ranging from things like regressing to mixed outcome, progressing, or presumed eliminated in an ideal case. We're then able to share this summarized data in a public dashboard where people are able to filter on the data and the sites by species, outcome, and prism. And as you can see in the figure on the right, above me, I guess, a large number of sites have unknown outcomes. And so this tool is a really helpful way of pointing out data gaps. And it really highlights the need for more post-treatment monitoring. And I know that some of that is a lack of post-treatment monitoring in general, but some of that is just, it's not in our database. So there's a little bit of a gap that I think that we can bridge there. It also goes to show that treatment data that you are recording can be used in state level analyses and help conservation professionals prioritize at high levels. Here, to that end, we also have, interactive online map accessible to PRISM and state agency staff. There, they'll have access to more in-depth data and can explore the data as needed. You can see they can pull up charts looking at sort of the distribution by species, or they can pull up pop-ups for each of their sites to further look at those things in more detail. I probably don't really have time to go over every update, but I continue to maintain this tool. I make updates every year. I'm working with PRISM staff and state agency staff to sort of assess the accuracy of our analysis and improve the process over the years. So definitely, if you get a chance to look at it and you have questions or concerns, let me know, because I'm always looking to improve this process. Next, we have the water chestnut action sites, which is another site analysis tool specifically for water chestnut. Prior to this tool and project, there was very limited research on biomass estimation for water chestnut. But obviously, as many of you have experienced, lots of water chestnut treatment is happening, of course. And these efforts are being documented in a number of ways. Let's see. Such as number of plants, number of bags, number of pounds, but not a lot of consistency between wet and dry measurements. And so ultimately the goal was to find a way to standardize data collection and more efficiently estimate the biomass from what we call relatively simple metrics. There we go. So in 2021, an ESF intern, Jacob Moore, visited water chestnut sites and conducted a study to harvest and weigh water chestnut at different distributions. So as a result, we now have baseline numbers for each distribution class being like a description, trace, sparse, dense, monoculture. So now by simply delineating the area of the water chestnut and recording the distribution at the same time, we are able to get good estimates of biomass. Here's an example from Saratoga County, where you can see year-over-year treatment has resulted in the reduction of water chestnut down from 125 kilograms to 6.8. And I'll just note that if you were just looking at the area alone, just looking at the maps, just looking at the polygons, you might actually think that water chestnut population stayed the same or even grew. But by including just one additional field, the distribution data, we're able to see that the actual biomass went down significantly. This really underscores the power of the estimation tool in general, but also the importance of collecting the right set of data fields. In general, the workflow for this tool is that water chestnut treatment occurs in the summer. You all record data into IMAP. And then after the field season, the data is analyzed and shared to aquatic invasive species professionals through our web map viewer and through reports that we run. And I think it's just a great example of being able to visualize site data over time, as well as quantify treatment effort and impacts. Here's the viewer, which was built by my colleague in Experience Builder. And here you can see that users are able to sort of explore site data more thoroughly with charts and pop-ups. I'll wrap up here with mobile data collection. So thinking about getting involved in collecting data, which many of you already do, but if you aren't already, think about getting involved in collecting data for your own treatment efforts and supporting these regional and state analyses. There are lots of options for collecting data with IMAP tools. Here's our table. The sheet at our desk or our tabling area has this graphic as well. And so if you have any interest or questions, definitely stop by and ask us some questions. I'll definitely point out that if you're interested in recording treatment data, so there are specific tools for that, which I would highlight as the IMAP online web map, our IMAP Survey 123, and IMAP Mobile Advance, as well as the Forest Pest Data Collection tool. So in conclusion, just a couple of takeaways. It's really important to document treatment and post-treatment data consistently year over year. I think a lot of people have already alluded to this, but it's really important that we know what the impacts of our work are and that we aren't just doing treatment for treatment's sake, that we're actually learning from the work that we're doing. And it's very key within that sort of lesson to say that collecting just a little bit more data can significantly increase the usability of that data. So just by adding one or two simple data fields, we can actually learn quite a lot from the work that we're doing. And of course, I'll reiterate one more time that IMAP Invasive offers a lot of data collection, visualization, and analysis tools to support all of the invasive species management efforts that you have. So that's my time, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Faith, and all the wonderful work that's being done with all this data collection. It's very helpful. And now I'm very pleased to welcome Caroline Marshner, the Extension Aide with New York State Hemlock Initiative, supporting efforts to protect hemlock forests from invasive threats.
Have I got the distance to height correct on this? You can hear me? How many people are here for their first time this year? Wow, great. How many people have been here more than 5 times? Okay. How many people can identify a hemlock tree? Awesome. How many people can identify hemlock woolly adelgid? Awesome. How about a Longe hemlock scale? Thank you. That really helps me figure out where to spend my time and energy today. Can we have a round of applause for SLILO and this amazing symposium they put together every year? It's great. It's one of my favorite places, and I'm always honored to be invited to present. Thank you. Today, I'm going to talk about a new project that we're engaged with called the Lingering Hemlock Project. And first, I'm going to introduce the overarching program we're a part of, and then I'm going to skim over all the stuff you already know about hemlocks and get into the program that I'm hoping to solicit your engagement with today. Tree Species in Peril is a nature conservancy project that is focused on bolstering the genetic resistance of several of our important northeastern forest trees to invasive forest pests. So the trees that they are focusing on are 3 of our common ash species, although I can say that they were also working on pumpkin ash when they reported out this spring. American beech, poor American beech with its double whammy of issues, and eastern hemlock. I work for the New York State Hemlock Initiative, so we'll be talking about hemlocks today, but I encourage you to Google Tree Species in Peril and check out all the amazing stuff they're doing with the other species. There are a lot of people engaged with this program, doing a lot of different things. Our piece of the puzzle is that we co-facilitated the development of the lingering hemlock protocols. And we're engaged with the extension component of trying to get people to become involved in finding these lingering hemlock trees. So hemlocks are awesome for a lot of reasons that you already know. And hemlock woolly adelgid has been around for a long time. You find it on the twigs at the base of needles. Along at hemlock scale is another forest pest that is in the eastern US. It's in New York. It's fairly widespread in some parts of New York, like the Hudson Valley. And this is another invasive pest that is another stressor for our hemlocks. How much of a stressor it is seems to depend on where you live. There are some states that report that they're seeing more mortality from EHS than they are from hemlock woolly adelgid. In New York, we're seeing a lot more mortality from hemlock woolly adelgid than we do from EHS. We see trees looking gross but hanging on for a long time with just EHS. And this is what it looks like. It's not on the twig, it's on the actual needle. It's elongated. There's a native circular scale, but this one is this long kind of Paris baguette shape. And when you can see, when you have a big infestation, it starts to look kind of gross. Interestingly, these brown ones are the females and the white ones are males. And this is what our forests can look like when we've lost our hemlocks. I've been using that photo since 2015. That's the Pisgah National Forest. So they've been experiencing high mortality for a long time. This was one of our first biocontrol release sites. That used to be almost all hemlock where that photo is. And now we have this one portion of the stand that is still there. This is the range of our 2 hemlock species. Here in New York, we just have the eastern hemlock, but there's also the Carolina hemlock down in the southern portion of the range. And that's where HWA is as of 2023. And the southern portion of that range has seen a lot of mortality. A lot of mortality to the tune of North Carolina. When you talk to professionals, they say if it hasn't been treated, it's dead. That level of mortality in some states down there. Here's where HWA is in New York as of January. It's moving into Sligo. I'm sure you're not surprised. And it's now in most of the state except for the Adirondacks and moving into the Adirondacks in the Lake George region. So what do you do about these pests? We have one short-term control option that is very effective that we use regularly, which is chemical treatment. We have good treatments that are not crazy expensive that can save your trees for an average of 5 years from HWA, and you can add a chemical to deal with EHS as well. And there's a lot of work happening in New York around figuring out how to conserve your hemlocks through saving the trees that are on the ground now. This is the short-term solution. In the long term, we believe biological control will be a major piece of this puzzle. We've given a lot of talks on this. Please reach out to me if you're interested in hearing more, but this isn't what I'm talking about today. What I'm talking about today is the idea of resistance breeding, which is another long-term control option, being if you can breed some trees that are more resistant to this pest, you can plant them out into the landscape and still have hemlock forests in the long term. So what's a lingering hemlock? This is a hemlock. The working group that we worked with came up with the definition that a lingering hemlock is a hemlock that is still alive after 80% of the trees around it have died. If you thought about lingering ash, they've got a 95% mortality threshold. They've got a lot more data on ash. We don't have as much data for the appropriate threshold for hemlocks, so we picked a relatively conservative mortality threshold. It doesn't have to be super healthy. It just has to still be alive. So here's what you do, or here's what the process that TSIP is following. You find the hemlocks, you test the hemlocks that are still alive, and see if the reason that they're alive is just because they were in a particularly sweet spot, or is it because of some actual genetic tolerance or resistance. If it turns out to be a genetic component, then you take those species and you breed the different kinds of tolerance together to develop a more robustly resistant tree. Plant those out, collect some seeds, and restore your forests. That's the long-term plan. We are way back here at the beginning of that right now. Not everywhere has reached 80% mortality, right? I'm guessing that in Sligo, you have not reached 5% mortality. I'm guessing most of your trees are still looking pretty good. So why am I talking to you today? Stay tuned. If you have more than 80% mortality, you can just go right out there and look for lingering hemlock. If you don't have 80% mortality, you really want to know when you get to 80% mortality, because those tolerant trees that are just going to hang out a little bit longer, that have got a little something that could make your end product, when you layer those different kinds of a little bit better together, a more resistant tree, they're going to die, right? Because they're only tolerant, they're not resistant. So you want to get out there right at that threshold and capture those genetics for all those trees that are hanging on a little bit longer. Does that make sense? See at least two heads in line. Must be okay. And that's why we want to know what's happening with mortality in places like Sligo. So if you're on a hike in North Carolina or Tennessee, and you find a beautiful hemlock and you want to report it, what do? You download an app and you report the tree. This is a great app. It's called Tree Snap. It supports lingering several different kinds of trees, not just hemlocks. And what you do is you collect data on that tree and also on the area around the tree, so that the researcher who's going to go into the back end of that and look at the data can make sure that what that you see is not a random yard tree that's already been treated. It's actually in the forest and it's actually in a high mortality area. This is the app. It's available now. You can download it in your app platform of your choice. And when you go in there, you say, I've found a tree, and it says, great, what species of tree? You can do this for any of these species. But if you happen to pick hemlock, you'll fall into our lingering hemlock protocol. It'll ask you to collect data on how many trees. Is it just one tree or is it several? What does the area around it look like? How's the health of this tree? Does it have the pests we're thinking about? Stuff like that. It's all there. You don't need me to tell you about it further. But in areas like this, what we're doing is setting up a hemlock monitoring plot network to figure out when we get to that threshold. What do you need if you want to do this? You need to be an entity of some kind that can commit to revisiting that stand for many years, because hopefully we'll get lots of great winters and mortality will be slow in Sligo and we'll have our hemlocks for a long time, which would mean you'd be doing this for a while, right? But maybe we don't have such great winters and you reach this threshold pretty quickly. We don't know. You need 20 to 40 hemlocks that are alive and close enough to each other that you can survey them in one visit. You need to not have 80% mortality yet, otherwise you're not setting up a permanent plot, are you? And you need to not have treated or plan to treat these trees, which means when you go through your prioritization project to figure out which trees, hemlocks to conserve, put this in an area that doesn't rank as high as some of your other places. So you can focus your conservation efforts in one area and do your mortality monitoring somewhere else. First year is going to be the most work. And when I say the most work, I mean it might take an afternoon. It's not a huge effort, but it's an effort. The first thing you do is pick a plot design. You can do a fixed radius plot. You put a rebar stake in the ground that you can find or your successor can find in subsequent years. And then everything within a certain radius is in your plot. If you don't have a nice, easily accessible flat area with lots of hemlocks, you can pick a trail instead. Maybe you've got some slope to deal with. And then you're just picking a fixed distance from the trail to be your plot. Or if you have a weird shaped hemlock stand, or you have a weird shaped property, or you have a weird shaped plateau, then you can just draw a polygon and call it good. To establish your plot, you're going to mark either the boundary or the middle of your circle so that you can, not only you, but somebody else can find it in the future. Mark all the hemlocks that you're going to monitor annually, greater than 4 inches DVH. Yes. Got GPS coordinates on each tag, each tree. One time, collect data on dead hemlocks in the plot, because otherwise you don't know what your mortality is at when you're starting your plot, right? And then collect your first round of annual data. After that, you just come back and visit those 20 to 40 tag trees. 40 is better. 20 is for the south where they don't have many left. And just collect a little bit of data. You know, is it still there? Is it still alive? Can I find those forest pests? And if so, how many? That kind of thing. And that's the plan. The reason for these plots is that once the plot hits 80% mortality, then you can say the whole forest around it that looks like this is now ready for lingering hemlock searches. The lingering hemlock doesn't have to be in your plot. It's a tool to figure out when you've reached that threshold in your forest. So by the end of this year, we sincerely hope that there will be an app for this. You can take it into the field, you can collect your data in it, and you just hit go, like with IMAP, and it'll be super easy. But for 2025, we have data sheets that you can print out and fill out in the field, and then you put it in Excel and email it to the people building the app, and they'll put it in the back end of the database for you. If you want to do this, we actually have training materials on a website at Cornell. You can Google it and it'll pop right up. Or you can email us. We can do a training for you. We can do a training for you, or we can just help talk you through this. And that is what I have for you today. Thanks so much. Are there any questions? A question.
You have a question?
Yes.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
You made a comment about depending on the weather. What role does winter play?
What role does winter play on hemlock mortality is the question.
Sure.
If you get to minus 20 C, which is about -5 Fahrenheit for more than a night, often we'll see mortality over 90–95%. And that's enough to set it back for a bit. HWA has 2 generations a year, so they rebound every spring, which is why we don't usually see a wipeout when that happens. we can see 95, 98, 99% mortality, and we still have HWA. But it gives your trees a year to like catch their breath, put on some new needles, and store some extra nutrients before it gets bad again.
So is the duration time of this one event?
That's a great question. It turns out that data is super hard to analyze. So we don't have really specific, but it has to do with how warm it was before the cold snap. If it was warmer and they weren't adapted to the cold, then it's a much higher mortality event. And I think duration does also play a role. Great, thanks so much.
Thank you so much for that information. I'm definitely interested in monitoring, so. All right, and now I would like to welcome our final presenter, Greg Sargis, the Natural Climate Solutions Specialist at the Nature Conservancy, who leads reforestation agroforestry projects across New York with nearly two decades of restoration experience.
All right, well, thank you all. Thank you, Slilo, for the invitation to be here. The previous presenters, which was awesome, like brains kind of overflowing with information. And then thank you all for being here for the this part of the agenda, closing things out. So I'm Greg Sargis with the Nature Conservancy. I'm on the Natural Climate Solutions team, and what that big chunk of what that work is planting trees in areas that those trees haven't been for quite a while. So New York State has some pretty ambitious climate goals. By 2050, net zero emissions. And obviously, in order to achieve that, it's everything from energy conservation to renewables, and those get us almost all the way there, but there's about a 15% gap that's not covered by those strategies. And that's where things like natural climate solutions come in. So carbon storage, carbon sequestration, things along those lines. In order to do that, in terms of trees and tree planting, we need about 1 million acres of new forest. Or 1.7 million acres of new forest. So that we also need to protect existing forest and plant 1.7 million acres of forest as well. So that's ultimately what we are trying to do, Nature Conservancy, New York State, many others in reforestation. Where we are currently is roughly like maybe 1,000 acres a year annually. So from 1,000 acres to over 1 million, heck of a long way to go. It's ambitious, it's audacious, it's maybe a little bit ridiculous, but is it possible? Yeah, it's totally possible. We can totally get there. It's just we need to think about it now. We need to scale. We need to figure out how to collaborate together. We're looking for efficiencies, but in the next 5-6 years, we need to increase about 40%, and then by the end of it, 200%. So what is that opportunity? This is a map of New York, obviously. This is looking at areas that are open, that are maybe good spots for reforestation, areas that we could plant trees that are actually not in ag production. So this is post-ag. So trying not to say like, yeah, all ag, obviously that looks like a great spot to plant a tree, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to also look at other early successional habitat, pasture lands, things that are in production as well, and see if that has the potential to reach that goal. And so we do. We have 1.7 million acres of post-ag available as well. New York State, though, is, as we all know, I think, privately owned. And so this isn't taking place just on public land or land trust properties. Those are definitely key pieces of this puzzle, but most of it is going to need to take place on private lands. And so how do we get landowners to change how they use their land? We have opportunity, but the hard part is that shift. So we're looking at trying to look at a couple of different scenarios and processes of doing this. So really want to establish a demonstration. Can we get trees planted in the ground? Can we start to scale that up quickly? And can we kind of build a stakeholder partnership group to help do that? There's groups in the state that are
that are knocking this out of the park. Upper Susquehanna Coalition accounts for most of those thousands of acres a year. And so they are kind of like the gold star in reforestation and tree planting in New York State. So we've used that, talked with them a number of different times, got a lot of information out of them. We're partnering with them on a number of different projects. We want to see, is there another spot within the state that we can do some of this work? And so we've jumped onto some of the work in Jefferson County. They had some staff working in reforestation, doing work on the ground. And so we were working with them to help get started with some of this aspect, and really want to kind of see, can we celebrate those successes? Can we demonstrate success? So I mentioned landowners. So we have the potential, but what does that look like in terms of convincing landowners to do this work? And that, to me, there's kind of two obvious linchpins or barriers: landowner involvement, enrollment, and fundraising, and being able to pay for all this work. Those are kind of the two bookends of the limiting factors here. And so how do we convince, how do we get to landowners? How do we build that pipeline of landowners that are interested in planting trees on their property? Again, it's not everyone, most people like to plant a tree. But we're talking about millions and millions and millions and millions of trees, not just, 10 trees a year on someone's property. So people do like to plant trees, but what we're asking for is like, oh, you've got 10 acres. Can we plant 10 acres of that early successional habitat and completely change how your land is viewed, how you use it, and maybe what your neighbors even think of your land and you, now that you've changed that. So we're kind of getting into some behavior change and just how to approach social norms and how people are received with that. And so we're testing out some incentives with landowners in Jefferson County, as well as some other northern New York counties, to see, are we able to address some of those barriers of change? So we've got a number of different programs that almost from, I won't say unlimited acreage, but high acreage down to about 0.2 of an acre, we've got a program. So at the 0.2 of an acre, it's working with Soil and Water's tree and shrub sale. And if a landowner is interested, they can come in, they can buy their trees. And if they're going to plant those trees, as well as put up tree tubes, they will get reimbursed. We will reimburse them for the cost of those trees and those tree tubes, up starting at 0.2 acres up to 2 acres. And they'll get a little bit of a planting plan with that. So they'll get a little bit of guidance on how to plant the tree, how to manage it, and how to maintain that. At the larger scale, 2 acres or above, we're working with landowners to plant. If they've got 5 acres, they offer up the land. They agree to not cut those trees for at least 10 years. We will come in and plant those trees. We'll do the site prep. We'll do some of the maintenance going out a couple years, and again, establish a planting plan. So that's one of the aspects that we're trying to see if we can reduce some of those barriers to enrollment. Demonstrating scaling, figuring out how we can do this. Obviously, like, we all can't do it right now at the moment, as we have our own capacities that are completely filled and overflowing. So are there contractors, are there firms out there that are doing this work? Are they equipped to do the site prep we're looking for? Are they equipped or know how to do the maintenance after the fact? Are they able to plant a landscaping company? The types and the quantities and the pace of trees that we're talking about. Obviously, a landscape company can come in and plant 2 burlap trees on a property, but can they plant 1,000 trees like one person in a day or something like that? So if talking bare root. So kind of equipping and looking at that capacity and expertise, kind of demonstrating that this is possible, that we're able to get to that point as well. Working with nurseries. Now, nurseries are a business. This is certainly an issue in scaling up, but I feel like this one, if the signs are there, they will be able to do that over time. But we're trying to give them those signs now. So letting them know, hey, we want to plant, these are our goals. We've got 400 acres this next year that we're planning on planting. We're going to double that the year after that and keep moving up. And so they can see that there is momentum. They can start to build that into their infrastructure, build that into their plans. And with that, we're looking at advanced procurement contracts. So working with a nursery and saying, like, we are going to buy, we need these trees in 3-5 years. They start to grow them. and they know that they're being taken out on them. The deal isn't going to fall through, and they will be left with thousands and thousands of trees, seedlings that no one's willing to buy from them. And now they just wasted all that time and effort. So advanced procurement contracts are a tool that we're using and exploring and really pushing as well. In addition to developing a reforestation species list, we worked with a number of different partners, stakeholders, and experts on native trees, things that we want to promote in a reforestation setting that would make sense for the nurseries to, again, see that signal. Here's the top 40 trees that are good from a climate perspective, good from an economic perspective, not currently being impacted by forest pests and pathogens, good from cultural uses. All these factors went into developing the species list that hopefully nurseries will see these are the ones that are being promoted, and we can start building these into our systems. In addition, hopefully land managers take these species as well and be like, hey, start incorporating them into their plans and their projects. Coordinating with partners. Again, not looking for everyone to all go out, enroll landowners, get those landowners on board, develop the site plan, conduct the site work, do the planting, do the maintenance. So how can we kind of work in a coalition, collaboration, kind of have those conversations of sharing learnings, sharing resources, whether or not that be knowledge, sharing expertise, and starting to aggregate some of this work. Again, it doesn't make sense to compete if there's only a handful of contractors that go out and do this work every year, that a lot of them come up from the South. And so if there's 5 different projects and they're all bidding on 5 different projects, that doesn't work. So how do we have economies of scale to aggregate these projects, figure out how to get them all done, and have contractors come up and do them and knock them out of the park? So coordinated and looking at that community practice for reforestation. So that work is just kind of getting started, and maybe hopefully some of you will be interested in that as well. And then, yep, that's just talking about that. We've heard about what people are doing, but convene this small group community practice, kind of unifying under that common goal. New York has a call to action, but does that translate to us on the ground or landowners on the ground? We probably need to put that into practice a little bit better. And then the financing side, how do we put this into play? There's been kind of a wet blanket on some of this work with funding of late. But we have other kind of things in the works in terms of corporate engagement, innovative financing, working with TNC and corporation kind of financing and figuring out how to get that into play as well here as to fund that forward. Very early stages on that work. So tons of resources. I could, I don't know if all this will be in the resource package, but if you're interested in any of this, reach out to myself or Brittany or Megan, and we can get you in contact with any of this information, species lists, the incentive packages. The one thing I'd like to have you take away is just like, if you're talking with landowners, if you're talking with anyone, let them know that there are programs that we are exploring, especially in Jefferson County, St. Lawrence County, Franklin, I think a little bit of Oswego County. So we're really testing this out and looking to build that momentum and that pipeline of landowners so that we can demonstrate that there is potential here in success. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yep.
Hey, so I guess that is two-parter. One is, my family moved to property with about 7 acres in the early 80s, did nothing. That is forest. I'm just sort of wondering, looking over time, what the natural success in forest back for sort of future work that potential reforestation, and also thinking about how the DEC organizations like the DEC and Audubon are encouraging early successful habitat and cutting down relatively mature forests that comes back. Wondering if there could be some leverage or collaboration there.
Yeah, the first question was just on kind of natural regeneration, natural succession. And certainly that's something that we are exploring. Obviously, it's a heck of a lot cheaper to do it that way. And so and that's part of the site visit, site plan. If there's opportunities to use that, for sure, go for it. If you have good recruitment and the potential for that, that's all good, because tree tubes are super, super expensive. It basically doubles the cost. And so if you're going that route, that's definitely a good way of doing it. And so we're exploring that as well and doing some projects along those lines. In the Young Forest Initiative and things along those lines, I don't have any comments on that other than, like, yeah, we're trying to plant trees, and it's not necessarily a restoration of reforestation at the moment. Like, we're, at least from my perspective, we're trying to get trees on the ground. And then hopefully landowners come back in and maybe they want to reestablish a shrub canopy and look at the herbaceous layer and things along those lines. But Nature Conservancy has so many preserves that have been left to succession that are still, I've been here 20 years. They don't look any different than when I got there. And they've been, they're 50, 60 years old of succession with shrubs. And there's maybe a couple cherries, dying ash kind of coming up, but can we kind of cut that out faster? That's the approach. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg, for sharing that. Your work, it connects climate resilience and ecological restoration. It emphasizes nature-based solutions for long-term sustainability, and it just brings hope for the future for our forests and for the wildlife and habitat. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, so as we come to a close of today's symposium, I just wanted to take a moment and reflect on the incredible energy, the insight, the collaboration that filled this space. It's been a day of learning, connection, shared purpose, and none of it would have been possible without the dedication of so many people. So I would like to ask our partners to please stand. Yes, actually stand up out of the chairs. If you're a partner of SLELO Prism, if you've ever collaborated with us, please just take a moment and stand. Your support and collaboration has created a foundation for our work and has supported this event. And next, I'd like to ask the members of our education committee to stand. And if you're standing already, just keep on standing. Your vision and your hard work, it shaped the content and the flow of today's program and many of our other programs. And then I'd like to have join those standing, the volunteers. Anybody who's been a volunteer of SLELO Prism, please take a stand. Your time, your effort, and enthusiasm has kept everything running smoothly behind the scenes today and at many of our other events. And just keep on standing. You're not allowed to sit yet. Lastly, I'd like to invite my colleagues, the SLELO Prism team, to stand, because you also do deserve recognition for all of your hard work and dedication. And then I just like it, everybody just give a round of applause to these individuals and yourself who make our work possible. And thank you so much for your commitment and your heart. And our symposium theme this year reminds us of something deeper, that the path forward is not just about science or about policy, it's about relationship. By weaving together traditional ecological knowledge with Western scientific approaches, we not only strengthen our strategies for managing invasive species, we also deepen our connection to the natural world. This integration invites us to align our intuition with our intent and our knowledge with our values. Let us carry this message with us when we leave today, not just as professionals, but as caretakers of all the places that we call home. Thank you for being here, for showing up with open minds and open hearts.